The turkey was perfect, golden brown, juicy, exactly how Michael had loved it since he was 5. I'd been up since 4 a.m. preparing his favorites, cornbread stuffing with sage, green bean casserole from scratch, and the cranberry sauce that took 3 hours but was worth it for the way his face lit up every year. Except this year, his face was turned towards Sabrina, my ex-husband Thomas's wife, as she regaled the table with stories about her latest pharmaceutical sales conference in Miami. The keynote speaker was absolutely brilliant, Sabrina said, her manicured nails gesturing elegantly. He talked about how success leaves clues and you just have to be smart enough to follow them. I shifted in my chair, still wearing my scrubs from the 12-hour shift I'd worked until 3 a.m. The hospital had been slammed. 2 cardiac arrests, a multi-vehicle accident, and a pediatric emergency that had left us all drained. But I promised Michael I'd make Thanksgiving dinner, so here I was, running on 3 hours of sleep and pure maternal determination. Can everyone go around and say what they're grateful for? Thomas suggested, always the one for forced traditions he'd never participated in when we were married. The table was fuller than usual. Thomas and Sabrina, my parents, Michael and his girlfriend Jessica, my younger son David home from college, and Thomas's mother who still sent me birthday cards despite the divorce. I'll start, David said, grinning at me. I'm grateful for Mom, who somehow manages to save lives and still cook a dinner that puts restaurants to shame. I smiled at him, my sweet boy who understood, but my eyes were on Michael, waiting. When his turn came, he cleared his throat importantly. He'd always been theatrical, my Michael. Class president, debate team captain, now in his senior year of pre-med at Johns Hopkins. I'm grateful for a lot this year, he began, his voice carrying that polish he developed since starting college. But especially, I'm grateful for Sabrina. The table went quiet. Even Thomas looked uncomfortable. She showed me what real success looks like, Michael continued, looking directly at his stepmother. What it means to have ambition beyond just punching a clock. To build something meaningful in the corporate world, not just, he gestured vaguely in my direction, doing shift work. The gravy boat was in my hand before I consciously decided to reach for it. Gravy? I asked pleasantly, passing it to him with steady hands that had inserted IVs into collapsed veins, performed CPR on coding patients, held the hands of the dying. Thanks, he said absently, still focused on Sabrina. I mean, watching you navigate the business world, the way you network, the conferences, the strategic thinking, that's the kind of success I want. That's what's going to matter when I'm applying to residencies. Not just another vague gesture toward me, basic medical stuff. Basic medical stuff. My mother's sharp intake of breath was audible. David's fork clattered against his plate. But I kept my face neutral, the same expression I wore when delivering bad news to families, when dealing with difficult doctors, when pretending my heart wasn't breaking. That's wonderful, dear, Sabrina preened, shooting me a triumphant look. Success is about vision, about building a brand. I'm so glad I could show you that there's more to medicine than just bedside manner. Exactly, Michael beamed at her. Like you always say, it's not enough to just do the job. You have to excel, innovate, lead. That's why I'm so grateful you introduced me to Dr. Harrison at the conference. That connection is going to be huge for my residency applications. I buttered my roll methodically, thinking about Dr. Harrison, chief of cardiology at Presbyterian, brilliant surgeon. Also the man whose daughter I'd nursed through a near-fatal asthma attack 5 years ago, spending my break holding her hand because she was terrified and alone. He'd never forgotten. The dinner continued, but I tasted nothing. Michael spent the rest of the meal discussing his 5-year plan with Sabrina, how he'd leverage connections to get into a top residency, how he'd build his brand as a surgeon. Not once did he mention patients. Not once did he talk about healing. When everyone was finishing dessert, store-bought pies Sabrina had picked up, because who has time to bake from scratch? I excused myself to the kitchen. David followed. Mom, he said quietly. That was bullshit. Complete bullshit. Language, I said automatically, loading the dishwasher. You know how many connections you've made for him at the hospital? How many doctors you've introduced him to? How many times you've... David. I turned to face him. Let it go. But Mom, your brother has made his position clear. Sabrina taught him about success. I just do basic medical stuff. Shift work. Clock punching. David hugged me then, fierce and protective. He's an idiot. You're worth 10 of her. But I wasn't angry. Not really. I was tired. 26 years of raising Michael, of sacrificing, of working extra shifts to pay for his pre-med courses, his NCAT prep, his application fees. 26 years reduced to basic medical stuff. After everyone left, I sat in my living room with a cup of tea, still in my scrubs. My phone showed 3 texts from Michael, all asking about whether I could get him observation hours with Dr. Patricia Nguyen, the head of trauma surgery. I didn't respond. Monday morning came with its usual chaos. I was charge nurse in the ER, managing a full board and a skeleton crew. But between patients, I made some calls. First to Dr. Nguyen. Patricia, it's Linda. About those observation hours we discussed for Michael. Oh, Linda. Yes, I have them scheduled starting next month. How is he doing? Actually, that's why I'm calling. I think there's been a misunderstanding. I won't be able to facilitate those hours after all. A pause. Is everything all right? Everything's fine. I just realized I've been overstepping. His stepmother is handling his career development now. I should have mentioned that earlier. His stepmother? Sabrina from pharmaceutical sales. Patricia's voice cooled. She called me last month trying to network. Spent 20 minutes talking about synergy and leveraging opportunities. I had to fake an emergency to get off the phone. Well, she's shown him what success looks like, apparently. I just do shift work. Patricia was quiet for a moment. I see. Well, if that's the case, I'll cancel those observation hours. My schedule is quite full anyway. One by one, I made similar calls. To James in orthopedics, who'd agreed to let Michael shadow him. To Maria in pediatrics, who'd offered to write a recommendation letter. To Robert in neurology, who'd been saving a research assistant position for Michael. Each conversation was similar. Each doctor remembered why they'd agreed to help. Because of our relationship. Because of times I'd gone above and beyond for their patients. Because they trusted my judgment about my son's potential. And each one understood immediately when I explained the situation. Basic medical stuff. James had actually laughed. Does he know you're the one who caught his appendicitis before it ruptured? When 3 doctors missed it because you remembered he always minimizes pain on his left side. By Wednesday, my phone was exploding. Michael, panicked. Mom, Dr. Nguyen's office says my observation hours were canceled. What's going on? Then, Dr. Martinez says he doesn't have any research positions available anymore. But he told me last month he was saving one for me. Then, Mom, please call me back. None of the doctors are returning my calls. My recommendation letters for residency are due in 2 months. Thomas called that evening. Linda, what did you do? I stepped back. I said simply, adjusting my stethoscope as I prepared for rounds. Michael made it clear that Sabrina's version of success is what he values, so I'm letting her handle his medical career advancement. You know, she doesn't have hospital connections. Then maybe he should have thought about that before dismissing 26 years of basic medical stuff. He's going to lose his residency opportunities. No, he's going to have to earn them. Without his mother's connections. Like he apparently wants to. This is vindictive. This is consequences. I was page overhead. Trauma coming in. I have to go. There's basic medical stuff to do. The next few days were a cascade of revelations for Michael. His volunteer coordinator at the hospital called to inform him that his hours couldn't be verified without my confirmation. I'd been his supervisor for his emergency department volunteering. The research paper he co-authored with Dr. Kim was being reviewed, and she needed my input as the senior nurse who facilitated the data collection. His application for the competitive summer externship at Mayo Clinic was missing a crucial reference, mine. By Saturday, he showed up at the hospital. I was in the break room, finally getting 5 minutes to eat something after a brutal morning. Mom, he looked haggard, stressed in a way I hadn't seen since his NCAT prep. We need to talk. I have 7 minutes left on my break. He sat down across from me, his usual confidence shaken. Everything's falling apart. Every connection I thought I had at the hospital is gone. Doctors who promised to help me won't return my calls. My volunteer hours are in question. I'm going to miss residency application deadlines. Have you talked to Sabrina? I'm sure her pharmaceutical connections could help. His face flushed. This isn't funny. I'm not joking. You said she showed you what success looks like. So let her show you how to succeed without your mother's basic medical stuff connections. Mom, I'm sorry. Okay? I'm sorry for what I said at Thanksgiving, but you can't destroy my medical career over one stupid comment. I'm not destroying anything. I unwrapped my granola bar. Lunch was a luxury we rarely got in the ER. I'm simply removing myself from your career equation. You made it clear that my type of work, my connections, my world isn't the kind of success you value. So find your own way. I can't, don't you get it? Every door that was open to me was because of you. Dr. Nguyen only agreed to mentor me because you saved her nephew when everyone else wrote him off as drug-seeking. Dr. Martinez offered me the research position because you've been his go-to nurse for 15 years. Even my volunteer hours, I only got premium shifts in the ER because you vouched for me. I took a bite of my granola bar. So those connections from basic medical stuff suddenly matter. Mom, please. My pager went off. Emergency department needed all hands. I stood up. Michael, I love you. I'll always love you. But you're 22 years old. You publicly dismissed my career, my connections, my entire professional life as beneath you. Well, now you get to build your own career without it. This could ruin my future. No, this could teach you that success isn't about pharmaceutical sales conferences and networking events. It's about showing up every day, building real relationships, earning respect through action, not ambition. I paused at the door. Every connection I have in medicine comes from one thing, being good at basic medical stuff. Maybe it's time you learned what that actually means. I left him there and returned to the ER, where 3 traumas were rolling in simultaneously. Real work, life-saving work, basic medical stuff. Over the next 2 weeks, Michael learned hard truths. Without my connections, he was just another pre-med student in a sea of thousands. His stellar grades meant nothing without recommendation letters from doctors who actually knew him. His resume was impressive on paper but empty without verified experience. Sabrina, for all her talk about success and networking, was useless. Her pharmaceutical connections had no weight in hospital settings. She didn't understand the culture, the hierarchy, the unspoken rules of medical mentorship. One doctor told Michael bluntly that Sabrina had called trying to leverage synergies, and he blocked her number. David kept me updated, torn between loyalty to his brother and frustration at Michael's choices. He's writing apology letters to all the doctors, he told me one evening, trying to explain that he values their work and didn't mean to disrespect the profession. How's that going? Dr. Nguyen told him that respect is earned through actions, not letters. Dr. Martinez said he'll consider him for next year's research position if he can demonstrate genuine commitment to patient care, not just resume building. It was Thomas who finally called with the real conversation. He's devastated, Linda. This is his dream. Medicine was his dream, or was success his dream? A long pause. What do you want me to say? That I screwed up by marrying someone who made him feel like your career wasn't enough? That I let him absorb the wrong values? I don't want you to say anything. I want Michael to understand that every doctor he's trying to impress started where I am. Every surgeon he admires worked alongside nurses, respected nurses, built their careers on the foundation of basic medical care. If he can't respect that, he shouldn't be a doctor. So what does he do now? He starts over. Volunteers without the premium shifts, shadows doctors who don't know me, builds his own relationships based on his own merit, learns what actual success in medicine looks like, not from pharmaceutical sales conferences, but from the ground up. 3 months later, Michael was working as a medical scribe in a clinic across town. No connections, just a grueling job that paid minimum wage and required him to actually understand the daily practice of medicine. He was also volunteering at a free clinic on weekends, the unglamorous kind where you clean bedpans and take vitals for hours. He called me after his first week. Mom, I helped deliver a baby today. Well, I just held supplies, but the mother was homeless. No prenatal care. The doctor, she was incredible. She just handled everything, so calm, so competent. And the nurses, his voice caught. They were amazing. They treated her like she was in the finest hospital, not a free clinic. That's medicine, Michael. The real kind. I know. I'm starting to know. A pause. The lead nurse there, Helen, she said she knew you, said you trained her 15 years ago. Helen Vasquez? Yes, I precepted her when she was new. Good nurse. She said you were the best nurse she ever worked with. Said you could diagnose faster than most residents, that doctors requested you for their difficult cases. That's kind of her to say. Mom, I'm sorry. Not just sorry because I need your help. Sorry because I disrespected everything you've built, everything you are. Sabrina shows success at conferences and sales meetings. You show success every time you save a life, every time you train a new nurse, every time a doctor trusts your judgment over their own. What are you asking me, Michael? Nothing. I mean, I'm not asking for your connections back. I need to earn my own way. But maybe you could teach me what real medicine looks like, what being basic medical stuff really means. I thought about it, my boy, humbled but learning. You know I work Sunday nights. If you want to volunteer the ER, really volunteer, not resume build, I could put in a word. You'd start at the bottom. Cleaning rooms, stocking supplies, maybe eventually helping with basic patient comfort. I'd like that. I'd really like that. 6 months later, I watched Michael hold a patient's hand while I started an IV. The patient was scared, combative, but Michael talked quietly about baseball until the man calmed down enough for me to find a vein. Good job, Dr. Martinez said, passing by. Both of you. After the patient was settled, Michael found me at the nurse's station. That was incredible. The way you found that vein when his blood pressure was so low. How did you know to go for the foot? Experience, 26 years of basic medical stuff. He grinned, and for the first time in a year, it reached his eyes. Best education I could ask for. Sabrina still comes to family dinners, still talks about pharmaceutical sales like it's curing cancer. But Michael doesn't hang on her words anymore. Instead, he asks me about differential diagnosis, about patient care, about the art of medicine that can't be taught in conferences or networking events. His residency applications are due next year. He'll have fewer prestigious names on his recommendations, fewer fancy research positions, but he'll have something better, genuine experience, real mentorship from doctors who respect him for his work ethic, not his connections. And most importantly, he'll have learned that success in medicine isn't about who you know at conferences. It's about showing up for every shift, every patient, every basic medical stuff moment that actually saves lives. Sometimes the best gift you can give your children is letting them fail, letting them see what their choices really cost. Even when it breaks your heart, even when it risks their dreams. Especially then. Because real success, in medicine or anywhere else, isn't handed to you at pharmaceutical conferences. It's earned in 12-hour shifts, in small moments of compassion, and the basic stuff that actually matters. And that's a lesson worth learning, even if it takes losing everything to understand it.
The crystal champagne flute shattered in my father's grip, sending shards and expensive bubbles across our mahogany dining table. My 30th birthday dinner had just transformed into a nightmare. I'm Blair, and this was supposed to be my milestone celebration. Instead, my mother Charlotte chose this moment to present me with an envelope containing what she claimed was evidence of my theft from the family business. The accusation hung in the air like poison. "Explain this," my father Harold demanded, his face turning that dangerous shade of red I'd grown to fear since childhood. He thrust the papers toward me, his hands trembling with rage. "I don't understand," I said, scanning the documents. They showed wire transfers, account statements, and a series of transactions I'd never seen before. "These aren't mine. I've never—" "Don't lie to me!" Harold slammed his fist on the table, making everyone jump. My sister Lindsay grabbed my hand under the table, squeezing it tight. "Harold, darling, please calm down," my mother said, her voice dripping with fake concern. "I'm sure Blair can explain why she's been siphoning money into offshore accounts." I looked into my mother's eyes and saw something I'd never noticed before, a glint of satisfaction. That's when I knew. This was no mistake. This was calculated. "This is insane," I said, standing up. "I haven't stolen anything. Someone's setting me up." "The evidence is quite clear," Charlotte sighed, touching my father's arm. I didn't want to believe it either, but the numbers don't lie. Nearly $2 million, Blair. "What were you thinking?" Lindsay gasped beside me. $2 million? "I've already spoken with the board," Harold growled. "You have 24 hours to confess and return the money, or you're not only fired, you're out of this family." "Dad, please." "No." He stood up, towering over me. I've given you everything. A position in the company, trust, responsibility, and this is how you repay me? I looked around the table at the faces I'd known all my life. My father, veins pulsing in his neck. Lindsay, tears streaming down her cheeks. And my mother, wearing that perfect mask of concern that didn't quite reach her eyes. I didn't do this, I said firmly, and I can prove it. Charlotte's expression flickered for just a moment, so brief I almost missed it, but it was there. Fear. There's nothing to prove, she said quickly. The evidence is conclusive. Then you won't mind if I hire my own forensic accountant to review everything? I challenged, watching her carefully. Every transaction, every document, every signature? That won't be necessary, Charlotte cut in. We've already had everything verified. By whom? I demanded. Enough? Harold roared. 24 hours, Blair. Not a minute more. I grabbed my purse and stood up, my chair scraping against the hardwood floor. You want the truth, Dad? Ask your wife where she was last Tuesday between 2 and 4 p.m. Ask her about the safety deposit box at First National. Ask her why she's so desperate to push me out of the company right now. Charlotte's face went white. Bull's eye. Get out, Harold said, his voice deadly quiet. Get out of my house. I walked to the door, then turned back one last time. Happy birthday to me, right? Don't worry, Mom. I'll make sure this is a celebration you'll never forget. The heavy front door slammed behind me with satisfying force. My hands were shaking as I pulled out my phone and dialed a number I'd hoped I'd never have to use. Ricky, it's Blair. Remember that favor you owe me? I need it now, and I need you to connect me with Emerson Fox. I got into my car and started the engine, my mind racing. My mother thought she was so clever, but she'd made one crucial mistake. She didn't know about the photos I'd taken last week or the conversations I'd recorded. She had no idea I'd been watching her for months, gathering evidence of her own schemes. She wanted to play games? Fine. But she'd forgotten who taught me how to play. As I pulled away from the mansion I'd grown up in, my phone buzzed with a text from Lindsay. What's really going on? I typed back quickly, truth time, sis, but not over text. Meet me tomorrow at the Blue Room, 10 a.m. Come alone. The city lights blurred as I drove, my mother's satisfied smirk burning in my memory. She thought she'd won, thought she'd finally found a way to push me out and take complete control. But she had no idea what was coming. Sometimes the best revenge isn't served cold. It's served with proof. And I had plenty of that. The Blue Room was nearly empty when Lindsay walked in, her designer heels clicking against the hardwood floor. She looked like she hadn't slept, dark circles visible even under carefully applied concealer. You look terrible, I said as she slid into the booth across from me. Yeah, well, watching our family implode will do that. She grabbed my untouched coffee and took a long sip. Start talking, Blair. What did you mean about Mom and the safety deposit box? I pulled out my phone and showed her a photo. This is Mom entering First National last Tuesday. Notice the timestamp, 2:15 p.m. She told Dad she was at her charity board meeting. That doesn't prove anything, Lindsay said, but I could hear the uncertainty in her voice. No? How about this? I swiped to the next photo. Here she is meeting with James from accounting, the same James who verified those transactions in my name. Lindsay's hands started trembling. Blair, if you're suggesting what I think you're suggesting, Mom's been planning this for months, I said, keeping my voice low. Remember when Dad had that health scare last year? She's been positioning herself ever since, trying to gain more control of the company. I'm the only thing standing in her way. But why? Dad gave her everything she wanted. I laughed bitterly. Not everything. She wants to sell the company. Dad would never agree to that. It's his legacy. But with me discredited and you already focused on your own career, she could convince him to retire, Lindsay finished, realization dawning on her face. Oh God, Blair. The waitress appeared with fresh coffee, and we fell silent until she left. There's more, I said, pulling out a small recorder. Listen to this. Charlotte's voice filled our quiet corner. James, I need those documents modified exactly as we discussed. Blair's signature needs to be perfect. Yes, the payment will be made as agreed. No one will ever know. Lindsay's face went pale. When did you record this? Last week. I've been watching her ever since I overheard her talking about handling the Blair situation on the phone. Why didn't you tell Dad? Would he have believed me? I asked. You know how he is with her. She's got him wrapped around her finger. The cafe door chimed, and I looked up to see my father walking in. My heart stopped. Speaking of the devil, I muttered. Harold spotted us and strode over, his face set in hard lines. Lindsay, go home. Dad, wait. Now. Lindsay shot me an apologetic look and squeezed my hand before leaving. Harold took her place in the booth. You've got some nerve, he said, trying to turn your sister against your mother. I'm not turning anyone against anyone, I replied. I'm just showing her the truth. The same truth I'm going to show you if you'll listen. The only truth I need to see was in those documents last night. Those documents are fake, Dad. Mom orchestrated this whole thing. His face reddened. Watch yourself, Blair. That's your mother you're talking about. Yes, my mother who's trying to frame me for embezzlement so she can push me out and convince you to sell the company. That got his attention. What did you say? You heard me. Why do you think she's been meeting with Vernon Industries? Those weren't charity lunches, Dad. They were acquisition talks. You're lying, he said, but there was a flicker of doubt in his eyes. I pulled out the photos and the recorder. Am I? Take these. Listen to them. Look at the evidence yourself, but do it privately, where she can't explain it away. He stared at the items for a long moment before slowly taking them. If you're wrong about this, he warned. I'm not, but if I am, I'll sign a confession and walk away from everything. You have my word. Harold stood up, tucking the evidence into his jacket pocket. 24 hours, Blair. That hasn't changed. One more thing, I called as he turned to leave. Check Mom's calendar for next Tuesday. She has another meeting scheduled with Vernon Industries. Might want to show up unannounced. He left without responding, but I could see the tension in his shoulders. The seed of doubt was planted. My phone buzzed with a text from Ricky. Meeting set with Emerson. 2 p.m. today. His office. I smiled. Emerson Fox had been my father's business partner for 30 years. He also had his own history with my mother, one she thought nobody knew about. If anyone could help me expose the truth, it would be him. I left enough cash on the table to cover both coffees and headed for the door. As I stepped outside, another text came through, this one from an unknown number. Back off while you still can. Some secrets should stay buried. I screenshot the message and saved it to my evidence folder. Mom was getting nervous. Good. Time to pay Emerson a visit and show him exactly what Charlotte had been up to. After all, he deserved to know how she was planning to sell off the company he'd helped build. Let the games begin. Emerson's corner office hadn't changed in 20 years. Same leather chairs, same view of the city skyline, same smell of expensive cigars. He stood as I entered, his silver hair catching the afternoon light. Blair, he said, gesturing to a chair. I must admit, I was surprised to get your message. Not as surprised as I was to find these, I replied, sliding a manila envelope across his desk. He opened it slowly, his expression changing as he examined the contents. Photos of my mother leaving Vernon Industries, copies of emails discussing company valuations, and a draft purchase agreement with his name conspicuously absent. Where did you get these? His voice was carefully neutral. Does it matter? They're real, and you know it. I leaned forward. She's planning to cut you out, Emerson, just like she's trying to cut me out. He sat back, rubbing his temples. Your mother always was ambitious. That's one word for it. I have another, criminal. Those are dangerous accusations, Blair. So is falsifying documents to frame your daughter for embezzlement. I pulled out my phone and played the recording of Charlotte and James. Emerson's face darkened with each word. Damn it, Charlotte, he muttered. Then louder, what do you want from me? The truth. About everything, including what happened between you and my mother 15 years ago. His head snapped up. How do you... I found the letters, I said, hidden in that old filing cabinet in the basement. Very passionate stuff, Emerson. Does Dad know? That was a long time ago, he said quietly. A mistake. A mistake she's been holding over your head ever since, right? That's why you've looked the other way while she's been making these backdoor deals. He stood up abruptly, walking to the window. Your father is my best friend. Then help me save his company. Help me stop her before she destroys everything he's built. The intercom buzzed. "Mr. Fox, Mrs. Mitchell is here to see you." Emerson and I locked eyes. He pressed the intercom button. "Send her in." "Hide," he hissed at me, pointing to the adjacent conference room. I slipped inside just as my mother's voice filled the office. "Emerson, darling, we need to talk about Blair." "Yes, we do." His voice was cold. "Sit down, Charlotte." Through the crack in the door, I watched my mother settle gracefully into a chair. She's making wild accusations, trying to turn everyone against me. You haven't heard from her, have you? Would it matter if I had? Of course it would. She's unstable, Emerson. The stress of the company, the pressure, it's affected her judgment. These delusions about me trying to sell the company. Like these delusions? He dropped the Vernon Industries documents on the desk. Charlotte's composure cracked for just a second. "Where did you get those?" "Does it matter? They're real, aren't they?" "Emerson, please. You know how Harold is about the company. He'll never agree to sell, even though it's the smart move. Sometimes we have to guide people to the right decision. By framing your daughter for embezzlement?" She laughed, but it sounded hollow. "Is that what Blair told you? And you believed her? Remember who knows your secrets, Emerson. Remember what's at stake. Are you threatening me, Charlotte? I'm reminding you where your loyalties should lie." She stood up, smoothing her skirt. "Don't make me an enemy, Emerson. You won't like the consequences." After she left, I emerged from the conference room. Emerson looked years older. "Well," I said, "that was illuminating." "She'll destroy us all," he muttered. "Not if we stop her first." I sat down across from him. "I need access to the company's financial records. All of them, going back 5 years. That's impossible without board approval, unless the request comes from a board member." I raised my eyebrows meaningfully. He stared at me for a long moment. "If I do this, there's no going back. Your mother will know exactly who helped you." "She's already threatening you, Emerson. What more can she do?" He opened his desk drawer and pulled out a security badge. "Level 10 access. It'll get you into the records room after hours. But Blair?" He caught my arm as I reached for the badge. "Be careful. Your mother isn't the only one with secrets in those files." I took the badge, tucking it into my pocket. "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet. This could end badly for all of us." As I turned to leave, he called out, "Blair, for what it's worth, I'm sorry about everything." I nodded and left his office, my mind already racing with plans. Tonight, I'd get the proof I needed, but first I had to call Ricky. If I was going to break into the company records room, I'd need his expertise in digital security. My phone buzzed with another text from the unknown number. "You're playing a dangerous game. Ask Emerson what really happened the night of the merger." I smiled. Finally, a real lead. Time to find out what other skeletons were hiding in the family closet. "You know this is insane, right?" Ricky's voice crackled through my earpiece as I swiped Emerson's badge at the records room door. It was 11 p.m. and the office floor was deserted. "Less talking, more hacking," I whispered. "Are you into the security system?" "Almost there. Cameras are on loop. You've got 30 minutes before the system resets." The door clicked open and I slipped inside. Rows of filing cabinets lined the walls, with a computer terminal in the center. "Okay, I'm in. Talk me through this." "Boot up the terminal, I'll remote in and bypass the login." I followed his instructions, watching as the screen came to life and codes scrolled past. How did you get so good at this stuff anyway? Let's just say my previous job wasn't entirely legal. Found it, accessing files from the merger period now. Documents started populating the screen. Financial reports, board meeting minutes, and... Wait, stop, go back to that email thread. My heart pounded as I read the exchange between my mother and the Vernon Industries CEO from 5 years ago. "Ricky, are you seeing this?" "Holy shit," he breathed. "They've been planning this takeover for years." And look who else was copied on these emails. James from accounting. He's been helping her cook the book since before Dad's health scare. "Blair, there's something else. Check the attachment on that last email." I clicked it open and froze. It was a photograph of Emerson with a woman who wasn't his wife, dated just weeks before the original merger. The email text was simple. "Insurance policy. Keep this safe." "She's been blackmailing him," I said. "That's how she kept him quiet all these years." Suddenly, the lights flicked on. I spun around to find Lindsay standing in the doorway, her face pale. "What are you doing here?" I hissed. "Following you," she said, stepping inside. "Blair, you need to stop this." "Ricky, I'll call you back," I said, pulling out my earpiece. "Mom knows what you're doing," Lindsay continued. "She's furious. She said she'll press charges if you don't back off." "Let her try." I gestured to the screen. "Look at this, Lindsay. Look what she's been doing." She approached hesitantly, scanning the emails. Her hand flew to her mouth. "That's not... She wouldn't..." "She did. She's been playing everyone for years. Dad, Emerson, us. We're all just pieces in her game. But why? We have everything we could want. Because everything isn't enough for her. She wants control. Complete control." Lindsay sank into a chair. "What are you going to do?" "First, I'm going to copy all of this." I plugged in a USB drive. "Then I'm going to..." The computer screen suddenly went black. "No, no, no." I frantically pressed keys. "What happened?" "Someone remotely shut it down." I grabbed the USB drive. "How much did it copy?" "Blair." Lindsay's voice shook. "Your phone." I looked at my screen to find a new message. "Nice try. Check your email." My inbox loaded to reveal dozens of photos. Me breaking into the records room, accessing files, copying data. The subject line read, "Corporate espionage is a serious crime." "She knew," I whispered. "She knew I'd come here. We need to leave. Now." Lindsay pulled my arm. "Wait." I ran to the filing cabinets, yanking open drawers. "There has to be hard copies." "Blair, please." "Found it." I pulled out a thick folder labeled Merger Documents, Original. Inside was everything. The real agreements, undoctored financial statements, and... "What's that?" Lindsay pointed to a sealed envelope that had fallen to the floor. I picked it up. The handwriting on the front was familiar. Dad's. It was dated the day before his health scare, addressed to Emerson. "Take it," Lindsay urged. "We can read it later." Footsteps echoed in the hallway. We killed the lights and pressed ourselves against the wall as a security guard walked past, his flashlight beam sweeping the room through the window. Once he passed, we slipped out and ran to the emergency stairs. We didn't stop until we reached my car in the parking garage. "What the hell do we do now?" Lindsay asked, breathing hard. "Now?" I pulled out my phone and dialed. "Now we talk to Dad's lawyer. Violet needs to see this." "Blair." Lindsay grabbed my hand. "I'm sorry I didn't believe you before, about Mom." "It's okay, but Lindsay..." I met her eyes. "This gets worse before it gets better. Are you with me?" She nodded slowly. "I'm with you." My phone buzzed again. "Last warning. Back off or tomorrow's board meeting will be very uncomfortable for everyone, especially Harold." I started the car, my mind racing. The board meeting, of course. That's when she planned to make her move. "We've got 12 hours, I told Lindsay. "Time to see what's in Dad's letter." As we pulled away, I caught a glimpse of movement in my rearview mirror, a figure watching from the shadows. The game was changing, and tomorrow would decide everything. Violet's home office smelled like old books and expensive perfume. At 6 a.m., she looked impossibly put together in a crisp suit, reading Dad's letter with narrowed eyes. "This changes everything," she said finally, placing the letter on her desk. "How bad is it?" I asked. "Your father knew." She tapped the paper. "He knew about the planned takeover, about Charlotte's manipulation, everything. He was gathering evidence before his health scare." Lindsay gasped. "Are you saying Mom was responsible for Dad's heart attack?" "The letter suggests she may have been tampering with his medication." Violet's voice was grim. "Harold suspected but couldn't prove it. That's why he wrote to Emerson. Insurance, in case anything happened to him." My hands shook with rage. "She tried to kill him." "And now she's trying to destroy you," Violet said. "The board meeting is in 5 hours. What's your plan?" I pulled out the folder from the records room. "We have proof of her dealings with Vernon Industries, evidence of cooking the books, and now this letter. It's enough to stop her." "It's enough to put her in prison," Violet corrected. "But timing is crucial. Charlotte will expect you to make a move at the meeting." "Then we'll make our move before." I turned to Lindsay. "Call Dad. Tell him to meet us at Violet's office in an hour. It's time he knew everything." Lindsay stepped out to make the call. Violet leaned forward. "Blair, there's something else you should know. Your mother came to see me yesterday." "What did she want?" "To draft new company bylaws. ones that would give her full control if Harold becomes incapacitated again. My blood ran cold. She's planning something for today. Almost certainly. Violet opened her laptop, which is why I took the liberty of contacting some old friends at the SEC. They're very interested in these financial discrepancies. Lindsay burst back in, face pale. Dad's not answering. I called the house. The housekeeper says Mom took him to the hospital an hour ago. Something about chest pains. No, I breathed. Not again. I grabbed my purse. Violet, go, she said. I'll handle the board meeting delay. Just get to your father. We raced to the hospital, breaking every speed limit. In the elevator, my phone buzzed with a message. Too late, darling. Should have backed off when you had the chance. The ICU waiting room was empty except for my mother, who looked up with perfectly feigned concern. Oh, girls, thank goodness you're here. What did you do? I snarled. Blair. She stood up, affronted. Your father had another episode. Thank God I was there to call the ambulance. Like you were there last time? I stepped closer. What was it this time, Mom? More medication tampering? Her eyes flickered to Lindsay, then back to me. You're hysterical. The stress is clearly affecting you. Mrs. Mitchell? A doctor approached. Your husband is asking for you. Of course. She smiled sweetly. Girls, wait here. Family only for now. We are family, Lindsay snapped. The board meeting starts in 4 hours. Charlotte reminded me softly. Such a shame you'll miss it, waiting here at the hospital. I'll be sure to express your regrets. As she turned to follow the doctor, I grabbed her arm. This isn't over. Oh, sweetheart. She patted my cheek. It was over before it began. The moment she disappeared down the hall, I pulled out my phone. Ricky, I need you to hack the hospital security cameras. Right now. On it, he said. What am I looking for? My mother, anywhere near my father's room or the pharmacy in the last hour. Lindsay paced nervously. Blair, what if she really does something to him? She won't, I said more confidently than I felt. She needs him alive to maintain control. This is just to keep us away from the board meeting. My phone buzzed. Emerson calling. Tell me you got my message, he said when I answered. What message? The board meeting. Charlotte changed the venue. It's happening at Vernon Industries in 30 minutes. What? That's not possible. It's 4 hours early. She called an emergency session. Blair, they're voting on the sale right now. I looked at Lindsay, who nodded. Go, I'll stay with Dad. Send me the address, I told Emerson. And Emerson, stall them, whatever it takes. I ran for the elevator, dialing Violet as I went. Meet me at Vernon Industries. Bring everything. It's happening now. Racing through traffic, I called Ricky again. Tell me you found something. Better, he said. I found the pharmacy tech she bribed. He's willing to talk. Send his statement to Violet. Another text flashed on my screen. Running out of time, Blair. Just like Daddy. I gripped the steering wheel harder. Mom thought she had all the pieces in place, but she'd forgotten one thing. I had nothing left to lose. The Vernon Industries building loomed ahead, its glass towers reflecting the morning sun. Somewhere in there, my mother was about to destroy everything my father had built. Not if I could help it. The Vernon Industries security guard tried to stop me, but Emerson was already waiting in the lobby. 14th floor, he said as we rushed to the elevator. They're about to call the vote. Did you do what I asked? He patted his breast pocket. Recording device, as requested, caught every word of Charlotte's private meeting with the Vernon CEO before the board arrived. The elevator seemed to crawl. How bad? She promised him insider information about our overseas contracts. Illegal as hell. Perfect. My phone buzzed. Lindsay, Dad's awake. He's asking for you. The elevator doors opened to chaos. Board members clustered in small groups, whispering urgently. My mother stood at the head of the conference table looking triumphant. Blair, she said smoothly, how nice of you to join us, though I'm afraid you're not authorized to be here. Actually, Violet's voice rang out as she strode in behind me. She is. As a victim of corporate fraud, she has every right to address this board. Charlotte's smile tightened. There's nothing to address. The vote is about to begin. The vote is suspended, Violet announced, dropping a thick folder on the table, pending a federal investigation. The room erupted in murmurs. Charlotte laughed, but I caught the fear in her eyes. Investigation into what? Fraud, embezzlement, attempted murder. I stepped forward. Should I go on, Mom? These are ridiculous accusations. Play the tape, Emerson. He pulled out the recorder, and Charlotte's voice filled the room. Once Harold's out of the picture, permanently this time, the board will have no choice but to approve the sale. The color drained from her face. That's doctored. Like the evidence you planted to frame me? I turned to the board. Check your emails. You'll find proof that Mrs. Mitchell has been secretly negotiating this sale for years, manipulating company finances and attempting to eliminate anyone who stood in her way. Phones began buzzing as Ricky's mass email hit their inboxes. Including her own husband, Violet added, whose medication was tampered with under her orders. We have the pharmacy tech's sworn statement. Charlotte's mask finally cracked. You ungrateful little... Mrs. Mitchell, the Vernon CEO interrupted, standing up. Is this true? Of course not. This is a desperate attempt by my daughter to... To what, Mom? I pulled out Dad's letter. To expose how you've been poisoning him, planning to seize control, destroying everyone who opposed you? You have no proof. Actually, Lindsay's voice came from the doorway. We do. She walked in, followed by our father in a wheelchair, still in his hospital gown, looking pale but furious. Harold, Charlotte whispered, you should be in the hospital. Signed myself out, he growled. Had to see for myself if what the girls told me was true. He held up his phone. Just watched your little meeting with the Vernon CEO. Very enlightening. Darling, I can explain. Save it for the prosecutors. Violet cut in. They're very interested in speaking with you. Charlotte's eyes darted around the room, finding no allies. In a flash, she lunged for her purse, but Emerson was faster. He grabbed it, spilling the contents, including a USB drive labeled contingency. Looking for this? I picked it up. Your insurance policy? Too late. We found all your blackmail material last night. You're making a mistake, she hissed. All of you. I built this company as much as Harold did. No, Mom. I stood directly in front of her. You just tried to destroy it, and now everyone knows exactly who you are. The elevator dinged, and 2 FBI agents stepped out. Violet nodded to them. Perfect timing, gentlemen. Charlotte Mitchell? One asked. We need you to come with us. As they led her away, she turned back one last time. Blair, remember what I taught you about revenge? That it's best served cold? I smiled. I remember, Mom. I learned from the best. The boardroom emptied quickly, the Vernon CEO practically running for the elevator. Dad wheeled himself to the head of the table, looking exhausted but relieved. I'm sorry, he said quietly. I should have seen it sooner. I knelt beside his chair. We all should have. The company is safe, Violet assured him, though we'll need to do damage control. Later, Lindsay said firmly. Right now you're going back to the hospital, Dad, and this time I'm personally checking every medication. My phone buzzed one last time. An unknown number. Well played. But remember, some secrets stayed buried today. Don't go digging too deep. I deleted the message. Whatever other skeletons lurked in the company closet could wait. We had won the battle that mattered. Blair? Dad caught my hand. Thank you for fighting for the truth. I squeezed his hand, watching Lindsay gather his things. That's what family does, Dad. The real kind, anyway. Outside, I could hear sirens fading into the distance, carrying my mother away to face her consequences. It wasn't the birthday celebration I'd expected, but maybe it was the one we all needed. The next week passed in a blur of legal meetings, press statements, and hospital visits. Dad was recovering well, but the betrayal had aged him more than any medication ever could. I sat in his hospital room, watching him read through the company reports I'd brought. The board wants to meet tomorrow, I said. They're nervous about the publicity. Let them be nervous. He set down the papers. What your mother did, it's going to take time to rebuild trust. Dad, about the company. A knock interrupted us. Emerson stood in the doorway, looking uncomfortable. Harold Blair, we need to talk. If this is about the SEC investigation, I started, it's about the merger, the original one, 15 years ago. He closed the door. There are things you both need to know. Dad sat up straighter. Emerson, don't. They found the files, Harold. All of them. It's only a matter of time before the investigators piece it together. Piece what together? I looked between them. Emerson pulled up a chair. The company wasn't just yours to merge, Harold. You had a partner. Had being the operative word, Dad muttered. What partner? I demanded. Your Uncle Robert, Emerson said. Your mother's brother. The room went silent. I'd never heard of an Uncle Robert. He died in a car accident, Dad said quietly. 2 weeks before the merger. Convenient timing, I said, my stomach turning. Very, Emerson agreed, especially since he opposed the merger, was going to block it, in fact. That's enough, Dad snapped. No, it's not. Emerson turned to me. Your mother didn't start being manipulative recently, Blair. She's been playing this game for decades. Are you saying... I couldn't finish the question. The accident was never investigated properly, Emerson said. The police chief at the time was a close friend of your mother's. Dad's hands were shaking. I didn't know, not until after, when Charlotte let something slip. By then, the merger was complete. And you kept quiet? I stood up, anger rising. For 15 years? She had evidence, he said. Made it look like I was involved. Said if I ever told anyone, she'd destroy everything. The company, our family, everything. That's what was really on that USB drive, Emerson added. Not just recent blackmail material, proof of everything that happened back then. My phone buzzed. Violet, found something in the old files. Come to my office, now. I have to go, I said, grabbing my bag. The investigators will want to know about this. Blair, wait. Dad caught my arm. There's more. About Robert. About why your mother really wanted him gone. Tell me. He wasn't just opposing the merger. He was investigating Charlotte's connection to another death, your grandmother's. The room spun slightly. Grandma died of natural causes. That's what the death certificate says, Emerson said. But Robert had evidence suggesting otherwise. Another buzz? Lindsay this time? Mom's asking to see us. Says she'll tell everything. I showed them the message. Dad's face hardened. Don't trust her. She's trying to manipulate you again. Maybe, I said. But what if she's ready to confess to all of it? It's a trap, Emerson warned. Probably. But I need to know the truth. I headed for the door. All of it. Blair, Dad called after me. Whatever you learn. I'm sorry. I should have been stronger. Should have stopped her years ago. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. In the hallway, I called Lindsay. Meet me at Violet's office first. There's something we need to see before we talk to Mom. Already here, she said. Blair, it's bad. Really bad. How bad? Mom didn't just kill Uncle Robert. She killed 3 other people who got in her way. Violet found the proof in sealed records. I leaned against the wall, breathing deeply. Text me the address of Mom's holding facility. I'll be there in an hour. Be careful, Lindsay said. She's desperate now. Desperate people are dangerous. I know. That's counting on. I stepped into the elevator, my mind racing. All these years we'd lived with a monster, never seeing her true face. Now it was time to confront her, to hear her justify decades of murder and manipulation. My phone buzzed one last time, an unknown number again. Ask her about the summer house fire. Ask her why she really killed Robert. Some secrets are worth dying for. I saved the message. Whatever game my mother was playing, whatever secrets she still held, it ended today. One way or another, the truth would finally come out. The elevator doors opened and I stepped out into the sunshine, ready to face the darkness that had shaped our family for generations. It was time to hear my mother's confession. The prison visiting room was cold and sterile. My mother sat across from me in her orange jumpsuit, somehow still managing to look elegant. Lindsay gripped my hand under the table. My girls, Charlotte said softly. I knew you'd come. We're not here for a reunion, I said. We want the truth about everything. She smiled that familiar, calculating smile. The truth? Are you sure you can handle it? Try us, Lindsay snapped. Start with Uncle Robert. Ah, Robert. She leaned back. My righteous big brother, always trying to protect me, even from myself, until he started digging into things that didn't concern him. Like Grandma's death? Mother was sick, Charlotte said sharply. She needed help ending her suffering. That wasn't your choice to make, I said. No? Like it wasn't my choice when your father wanted to sell the company to those vultures 15 years ago? Robert would have let it happen. So you killed him. Lindsay whispered. I protected what was ours. Charlotte's eyes flashed. Just like I protected us from the summer house fire that would have exposed everything. The insurance investigator, I realized, the one who disappeared. He was going to ruin us. I did what I had to do. And the others? I pulled out Violet's files. The accountant in 05, the board member in 12. Necessary sacrifices. They were people. Lindsay slammed her hand on the table. With families. Everything I did for our family, Charlotte hissed. To keep us powerful. To keep us wealthy. To give you girls everything. No. I stood up. You did it for yourself. Because you're a sociopath who can't stand losing control. She laughed, but there was an edge of desperation to it. You think you've won? You think exposing all this makes you powerful? She leaned forward. I still have one card left to play. Your hidden evidence? I smiled. The USB drive? Already found it, along with the real records from the merger, the proof of your embezzlement, and your private accounts in the Caymans. For the first time, real fear crossed her face. It's over, Mom, Lindsay said. The FBI has everything. The DA is pressing charges for 4 counts of murder, attempted murder, fraud, and conspiracy. You're looking at life in prison, I added. No deals, no escape routes, just consequences. You ungrateful little... She lunged across the table, but the guards were faster, restraining her. I gave you everything. No, you took everything, I said calmly, and now we're taking it back. As the guards led her away, she screamed, You'll regret this, both of you. I'm still your mother. No, Lindsay called after her. You're just the woman who gave birth to us. There's a difference. Outside the prison, we sat in my car, processing. My phone buzzed. Dad, it's done. Board approved the restructuring. Company's safe. He did it, I told Lindsay. Dad secured the company. New board, new safeguards. And us? What do we do now? I started the engine. Now we rebuild. The right way. Blair? She touched my arm. I found something else in Mom's things. A letter from Uncle Robert written the day before he died. He knew what she was planning. He wrote that his biggest regret was not being able to protect us from her. Maybe we protected ourselves in the end, I said, by choosing truth over power, by being better than her. My phone buzzed again. Emerson. Board meeting tomorrow. They want to name you CEO. I showed Lindsay the message. She smiled. Take it. Show everyone what real leadership looks like. Only if you come back as CFO, I said. We do this together or not at all. Together, she agreed. No more secrets, no more lies. I pulled away from the prison, watching it shrink in my rearview mirror. My mother would spend the rest of her life there, surrounded by the consequences of her choices. You know what's funny? Lindsay said as we drove. She thought she was teaching us about power. Instead, she taught us about justice. And family, I added. The real kind. My phone lit up one last time. An unknown number. Congratulations, you won. But remember, power isn't just about control, it's about choice. I deleted the message without responding. We had all the power we needed now, the power of truth, of justice, and of real family bonds. Dad was waiting at the office with Emerson and Violet, ready to plan the company's future. A future built on honesty and integrity, not manipulation and fear. Ready? Lindsay asked as we pulled into the parking garage. I thought about everything we'd discovered, everything we'd overcome, about the strength we'd found in standing together against darkness. Ready, I said, and stepped out into the light. Some people spend their lives seeking power, but real power comes from knowing who you are and standing firm in your truth. My mother never understood that, but we did, and that made all the difference.
The first time my mother called about the leaking roof, I was in the middle of a quarterly finance meeting. I ignored it. The second call came 10 minutes later, then a third. By the fourth call, my hands were shaking as I excused myself from the conference room. Mom, I'm at work. What's wrong? Charlie, thank God. Her voice cracked with tears. The roof. Water's pouring in. Your father says it might cave in any day now. We don't know what to do. I'm Charlie, by the way. The responsible daughter. The one who started working at 16 and never stopped. The one who clips coupons and tracks expenses in color-coded spreadsheets. The boring one, according to my sister Sasha. Did you call the insurance company? I asked, pacing the hallway. They won't cover it. Something about pre-existing damage. Mom's voice hitched higher. We need $18,000 for repairs. Charlie, baby, I hate asking, but you're so good with money. My stomach clenched. That was my entire emergency fund. 3 years of overtime and packed lunches and saying no to happy hours. What about Sasha? I asked, already knowing the answer. Oh, honey. Mom's voice softened with familiar excuses. You know your sister's still finding her path. She can barely make rent. Right. Because at 25, Sasha was still finding herself through unpaid fashion internships and Instagram influencer attempts, while I worked 60-hour weeks as a financial analyst. I'll think about it, I said. The ceiling in the guest room is already sagging, Mom whispered. I'm so scared, Charlie. You've always been our rock. I hung up and returned to my meeting, but couldn't focus. By evening, Mom had sent photos of water stains and what looked like serious structural damage. Dad called too, something he never did. Princess, he said, his voice grave. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't an emergency. I stayed late at work that night, staring at my banking app. $17,892.43 in savings, my safety net, my future down payment. My phone buzzed with a text from Mom. We love you so much, sweetheart. You've always been the one we could count on. I closed my eyes and hit transfer. Mom called immediately, crying with gratitude. You're such a blessing, Charlie. We'll pay you back as soon as we can. Just get the roof fixed, I said, trying to ignore the hollow feeling in my chest. For weeks after, I threw myself into work, avoiding thoughts of my decimated savings. Mom sent occasional updates about contractors and estimates, but something felt off. The messages were vague, missing details. Then one Sunday, I drove past their house on my way to the grocery store. I slowed down, frowning. The roof looked exactly the same. No construction equipment, no signs of repair. I pulled over, studying the shingles. They were old, sure, but there was no visible damage, no tarps, no evidence of the emergency that had drained my bank account. Movement caught my eye. Sasha was on the front porch, wearing designer sunglasses and waving a brand new iPhone. She was talking excitedly to someone on her phone. Just wait until you see it, she squealed. Mom and Dad are surprising me next week. It's going to be amazing. My hands tightened on the steering wheel until my knuckles went white. A familiar sick feeling crept into my stomach, the same one I got when Sasha got a car for her 16th birthday while I took the bus, or when she went to Europe after graduation while I worked double shifts to pay off student loans. I wanted to storm up to the porch and demand answers. Instead, I did what I always did, smiled, swallowed my questions, and drove away. But something had shifted. Maybe it was the way Mom avoided my calls the following week. Maybe it was Sasha's cryptic social media posts about big dreams coming true. Or maybe it was just that after 28 years of being the good daughter, something inside me had finally cracked. I opened my laptop that night and started a new spreadsheet. This time, I wasn't tracking my savings. I was documenting every lie, every manipulation, every time I'd been the family ATM while Sasha was the family princess. My phone buzzed. Mom asking if I was coming to Thanksgiving dinner next week. I typed yes with steady fingers, already knowing it wouldn't be the peaceful family gathering she expected. Because this time, I wasn't just bringing pie. I was bringing receipts. The sound of a revving engine cut through the crisp November air as I pulled into my parents' driveway for Thanksgiving. A cherry-red BMW convertible was parked in my usual spot, top down despite the cold. Sasha sat perched on the driver's side, posing while Mom took photos. Isn't she gorgeous? Sasha called out as I parked on the street. Mom and Dad surprised me last week. Can you believe it? I could, actually. The sick feeling in my stomach told me I could believe it all too well. Wow, I managed, gripping the casserole dish I'd brought until my knuckles went white. That's quite a surprise. Come look at the interior. Sasha bounced out of the car, grabbing my arm. It's genuine leather. And look at the sound system. Mom beamed from behind her phone. Doesn't your sister look perfect in it? like it was made for her. I forced myself to nod, doing the mental math. A new BMW convertible would cost at least $18,000 down, Sasha said proudly, as if reading my thoughts. Mom and Dad handled the rest of the financing. Isn't that amazing? $18,000, the exact amount I'd transferred for the roof emergency. Where's Dad? I asked, my voice surprisingly steady. Inside watching football, Mom said quickly. Too quickly. Charlie, honey, could you help me in the kitchen? In the kitchen, I mechanically chopped vegetables while Mom fluttered around, chattering about Sasha's new job prospects and how the car would help her network. Has anyone looked at the roof yet? I asked casually. Mom's hands fumbled with a serving dish. Oh, we got a second opinion. Turns out it wasn't as bad as we thought. Just needed some patching. Really? Who did the work? Oh, you know. She waved vaguely. That company your father always uses? Charlie, could you check if the rolls are burning? The rolls weren't in the oven. We both knew they weren't. Dad appeared in the doorway, looking everywhere but at me. Need any help in here? Actually, I said, setting down my knife. I'd love to see the roof repairs. Maybe I could take a look after dinner? Not today, Princess, he said quickly. It's getting dark. Besides, you don't want to mess up your nice outfit. Right, because my Target sweater and jeans were so precious compared to Sasha's designer ensemble. Dinner was torture. Sasha dominated the conversation, describing every feature of her new car in excruciating detail. Mom and Dad kept refilling their wine glasses, throwing nervous glances my way whenever they thought I wasn't looking. Remember when I got my first car? I said during a rare moment of silence. That used Honda with 200,000 miles on it? You've always been so practical, honey, Mom said brightly. So independent. We knew you could handle it. Unlike me, Sasha laughed. I'd probably die if I had to drive some old beater. My phone buzzed in my pocket, probably Evangeline checking if I'd discovered anything new. I excused myself to the bathroom, pulling up my banking app. There it was, the transfer from 3 months ago, $17,192.43. But something was different. The transaction description had changed. Instead of emergency home repair like I remembered, it now read, for Sasha's surprise. My hands shook as I scrolled through my statement history. They must have changed the description after the fact, not realizing I'd see it. Sloppy. The kind of mistake people make when they're used to getting away with everything. I took a screenshot, then another. My finger hovered over the share button, tempted to send it all to Sasha right now. A knock at the door made me jump. Charlie, Mom's voice. Dessert's ready, sweetie. I opened the door to find her standing there, wringing her hands. For a moment, I saw fear in her eyes. She knew I knew. Everything okay? She asked softly. I smiled, the same smile I'd perfected over years of being the good daughter. Everything's fine, Mom. Just needed a minute. Back at the table, Sasha was showing Dad something on her new iPhone. Another recent gift, I assumed. They all looked so comfortable, so certain in their roles. The golden child, the enabling parents, the reliable daughter they could always count on to shut up and pay up. I declined dessert and left early, citing work in the morning. As I drove home, my phone lit up with a text from Mom. Thanks for coming, sweetie. We love you so much. I didn't respond. Instead, I pulled into my apartment complex and opened my laptop. The spreadsheet I'd started was waiting, ready for new entries. But now, I had something better than suspicions. I had proof. And I was just getting started. You need to see this, I said, spreading bank statements across Evangeline's kitchen counter. Look at the dates. My cousin leaned forward. Coffee forgotten. March 15th, emergency plumbing repair. July 8th, structural damage assessment. And now the roof. She looked up sharply, all matching Sasha's Instagram posts. I pulled up Sasha's social feed. Here she is in Cancun, posted March 16th. Here's her designer shopping spree in July, and now the BMW. Those manipulative, Evangeline's face darkened. How much total? Nearly 40,000 over the past year. My voice cracked. And that's just what I've found so far. Girl. Evangeline grabbed my shoulders. You're not just going to let this go, right? Tell me you're not doing that good daughter thing again. I shook my head. Not this time. But I need to be smart about it. If I confront them without enough evidence, they'll just deny everything. Then we get more evidence. Evangeline pulled out her laptop. Start with the contractors they claim to hire. If there were really emergency repairs, there would be permits filed with the city. We spent hours searching public records. No permits, no contractor invoices, no insurance claims, just a trail of perfectly timed emergencies whenever Sasha wanted something expensive. Remember when they said my college fund dried up? I said, staring at an old bank statement. I had to take out loans for my last 2 years. But let me guess, Sasha's fund was fine? More than fine. She got a car and a spring break trip her senior year because she was stressed about graduation. My phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. The truth isn't as clean as you think. Blood money buys silence. I showed Evangeline. What does that mean? Someone knows something. She frowned. Maybe about where your parents got their money? Dad's always been vague about the family business. I opened my laptop again. Time to dig deeper. By evening, I had a folder full of screenshots, documents, and timestamps. Each piece of evidence made my stomach turn, but also made me stronger. This wasn't just about the BMW anymore. This was about years of lies. You should talk to Aunt Meredith, Evangeline suggested. She never liked how your parents treated you. I wouldn't even know what to say. Hey, got any family secrets that could explain why my parents keep stealing from me? Actually, Evangeline hesitated. She called me last week, asked if you were okay after Thanksgiving, said she had something important to tell you. My phone buzzed again, Zachariah's name lighting up the screen. My ex. I hadn't heard from him in months. Hey, his text read, saw you at Thanksgiving. You seem different, stronger. Want to grab coffee? Delete that, Evangeline said firmly. You don't need complications right now. But something made me save it. Maybe because he was right. I was different, stronger, finally ready to stop being the family doormat. I drove home that night with a plan forming. The annual family Christmas party was coming up. Everyone would be there. Extended family, old friends, business associates. The perfect audience for the truth. But first, I needed to talk to Meredith. I was unlocking my apartment door when I saw it, an envelope on the floor. Inside was a single bank statement from 15 years ago. Most of it was redacted, except for one transaction. Transfer from estate of Margaret Parker, $500,000. Margaret Parker. My grandmother. The one who died when I was 13. My hands shook as I Googled her name. The first result was an old newspaper article. Local business owner dies in suspicious circumstances. Another text came through from the unknown number. Ask your father about the insurance policy. Ask him who really paid for his perfect life. I sat there in my dark apartment, surrounded by evidence of recent betrayals while holding proof of older, darker secrets. All those years of being told to be grateful, to understand, to sacrifice for family. What if it was built on something rotten? My phone lit up again. Meredith. We need to talk. Tomorrow. Come alone. I texted back one word. When? Her response was immediate. Noon. Bring those bank statements you've been collecting. It's time you learned what kind of family you're really dealing with. I looked at my spreadsheet of lies, the mysterious bank statement, the threatening texts. Everything I thought I knew about my family was unraveling. But maybe that was good. Maybe it needed to unravel. Because the truth about the BMW wasn't just about money. It was about power, control, years of manipulation wrapped in the pretty package of family loyalty. Well, family loyalty cuts both ways. And I was done being the only one bleeding for it. I pulled into my parents' driveway at 10 a.m., timing it perfectly. Dad would be at work, and Sasha never woke up before noon. Just Mom, home alone with her guilt. "Charlie!" Mom's surprise was obvious when she opened the door. "I didn't know you were coming by." "Thought I'd help with the roof repairs," I said brightly, stepping inside, "since I invested in it and all." Her face went pale. "Oh, honey, today's not good. The contractors are coming later?" I finished. "Great. I'll wait. Maybe check out the damage myself first?" "No!" She grabbed my arm as I headed for the stairs. "I mean, it's not safe up there." I pulled away gently. "Funny, the roof looked fine when I drove by last week, almost like it was never damaged at all." Mom sank into a kitchen chair, hands trembling as she reached for her wine glass. At 10 a.m. Interesting. "Charlie, please, you don't understand." "You're right," I said, pulling out my phone. "I don't understand. Like I don't understand why my bank transfer is labeled, 'for Sasha's surprise,' instead of 'emergency repair.'" The wine glass froze halfway to her lips. "Or why there are no contractor quotes, no permits, no insurance claims." I scrolled through my evidence. "But the BMW dealership has a nice clear paper trail." "It's complicated," she whispered. "Simplify it for me." Instead, she started crying. The familiar guilt-tripped tears that always worked before. "We're family. Everything we do is for this family." "Really?" I headed for the stairs. "Let's see what other family secrets are hiding in the attic." "Charlie, wait!" But I was already climbing. The attic door wasn't locked. They never thought I'd look here. Why would perfect, trusting Charlie ever snoop? The attic was dusty but organized. Filing cabinets lined one wall. I opened the nearest drawer as Mom hovered anxiously behind me. "Those are private documents." "Like my college fund statements?" I pulled out a folder. "The one that mysteriously dried up? Right when Sasha needed her third car?" More papers spilled out. Bank statements, investment records, a document that made my heart stop. My original college fund balance. Nearly triple what they'd told me was left. "You lied," I said quietly. "There was plenty of money. You just gave it to Sasha instead." "She needed—" "What? What did she need more than an education?" "To be happy," Mom burst out. "You were always so capable, so independent. Sasha needs more support." "Support?" I laughed bitterly. "Is that what we're calling financial fraud now?" My phone buzzed. "Zachariah. Can we talk? I know things about your family's business. Important things." "Don't talk to him." Mom's voice was sharp. I turned to find her reading over my shoulder, face tight with fear. "Why not? What does my ex know that I don't?" "Nothing. He's just trying to cause trouble." But her hands were shaking harder now. I dug deeper into the files, finding documents with my grandmother's name. Property deeds, insurance policies, business transfers. "Mom?" I held up a paper. "Why does this show Dad receiving $500,000 from Grandma's estate when he told everyone she died broke?" "Put those away." Her voice was different now. Dangerous. "Some things are better left alone. Like the roof repairs that never happened? Or the inheritance that disappeared? Or maybe Charlie Ann Parker." I froze. Not at Mom's voice, but at another one from the attic doorway. "Aunt Meredith?" She stood there, face grim. "Put the files down, Rebecca. It's time." "Meredith, don't." Mom's plea was barely a whisper. "She deserves to know what kind of family she's sacrificing for." Meredith turned to me. "Your father didn't just steal your money, girl. He stole your future, and not just yours." "What are you talking about?" "The money, the business, your grandmother's death." Meredith's eyes were hard. "It's all connected, and it's time you knew how." Mom lunged for the files, but Meredith was faster. She pulled out a yellowed envelope. "Your grandmother wrote this letter the day before she died," Meredith said, "about your father's gambling debts, about threats from dangerous people, about the insurance policy that would solve everything if she died accidentally." The attic air grew thick with decades of secrets. Mom had stopped crying, her face now a mask of cold fury. "You promised never to tell," she hissed at Meredith. "No," Meredith replied calmly. "I promised to protect the innocent. That's exactly what I'm doing." She handed me the envelope. "Read it somewhere safe, then decide what kind of justice you're really looking for." The coffee shop was nearly empty when I met Meredith the next afternoon. My grandmother's letter burned in my bag, still unopened. Some truths needed witnesses. "You look exactly like her," Meredith said, studying my face. "Margaret, same steel in your eyes." "Tell me everything," I said, placing my grandmother's letter on the table between us. "First, read it." Meredith pushed the envelope closer. In her own words. My hands trembled as I unfolded the yellowed paper. "My dearest Meredith, if you're reading this, I'm dead. Not from cancer like they'll claim. Your brother Jonathan came to me last week, desperate. He owes money to dangerous people. Says they'll hurt his girls if he doesn't pay. He asked about my life insurance. $500,000. Enough to clear his debts if something accidental happened to me. When I refused, he mentioned how easy it would be for an old woman to fall downstairs. I've changed my will. Everything should go to my granddaughters equally in trust until they're 25. If I die before this reaches you, you'll know why. Protect them, Meredith, especially Charlie. She sees too much, feels too deeply. They'll try to break her spirit to keep her quiet. With love and regret, Margaret. The police ruled it an accident, Meredith said quietly. Fell down her basement stairs. Your father collected the insurance the next day. My coffee grew cold as Meredith filled in the gaps. How Dad gambled away his inheritance. How Mom helped cover it up. How they used Sasha's neediness to manipulate me, keeping me too focused on her demands to question the past. "But why?" I whispered. "Why favor Sasha so obviously?" "Because you remind them of Margaret. Every time you question something, every time you show that same strength." Meredith's eyes hardened. "They see the woman who could have exposed them." The inheritance trust she mentioned should have been split equally between you and Sasha when you turned 25. Instead, your parents claimed the estate was worthless. Used the insurance money to start their business. My phone buzzed. Zachariah. "Met your grandmother once. She warned me about your father. I should have told you sooner." "He knew." I showed Meredith the text. "Margaret trusted him, thought he might protect you." She sighed. "That's why your parents pushed him away." Memories flooded back. The sudden fights, Mom's hints about other women, Dad's convenient job offer for Zachariah across the country. "There's more," Meredith continued. "The business? Built with borrowed money from people who don't forgive debts. Your father's still paying them off." "Using my money," I said flatly. "Every emergency payment. Some went to Sasha to keep her happy, compliant. But most..." Meredith pulled out more documents. "These are transfers to offshore accounts. Your father's business associates." My head spun. The roof scam wasn't just about Sasha's car. It was about keeping dark secrets buried, using my own sister as a smokescreen. "Watch this," I said, pulling up my phone. I dialed Mom's number on speaker. "Charlie? About yesterday." "Just wanted to say I understand now," I cut in smoothly. "About the roof money, about everything." Silence. Then cautiously, "You do? Family first, right? Like with Grandma Margaret?" The sharp intake of breath was audible. "Who have you been talking to?" Does it matter? The truth was there all along, in bank statements, in convenient accidents, in every time you used Sasha to distract me from asking questions. "Charlie, please." "The Christmas party's next week," I continued calmly. "Lots of business associates attending, I hear. Wonder what they'd think about where their money really goes." "Don't threaten me." Mom's voice turned cold. "You have no idea what you're dealing with." "Actually, I do. Finally." I glanced at Meredith. "Say hi to Dad for me. Tell him Grandma says hello." I hung up as Mom started yelling. Within seconds, texts flooded in. Dad, we need to talk. Sasha, why is Mom crying? Unknown number. You're playing a dangerous game. They'll try to stop you, Meredith warned. Let them try. I gathered the documents, including my grandmother's letter. I'm done being the quiet one. My phone buzzed again. Zachariah. I have proof too. Bank records, recordings. When you're ready. I showed Meredith. She nodded slowly. Your grandmother would be proud. Just be careful. The truth doesn't just expose lies. It makes dangerous people desperate. Good, I said, standing up, because I'm feeling pretty desperate myself. The Christmas party was 7 days away. Time to prepare my own special gift for the family, wrapped in receipts and tied with a bow of consequences. The annual Christmas party buzzed with forced cheer as I walked into my parents' house. 50 guests filled the living room, all carefully curated by Mom to project the perfect image of success. Business associates, country club friends, family members who'd been kept in the dark for decades. Charlie! Mom's smile was brittle as she air-kissed my cheek. You're late. Traffic. I gestured to my laptop bag. Had to finish some work presentations. Her eyes narrowed at the bag. We both knew what kind of presentations I had prepared. Your father wants to speak with you, she whispered. In his study. Now. After I get a drink. I moved toward the bar where Zachariah was waiting. We'd planned this carefully. Everything ready? He murmured, handing me a sparkling water disguised as champagne. Thumb drives loaded. You? He patted his jacket pocket. Audio recordings safe and sound. Your grandmother was smart to make copies. Sasha breezed by in a designer dress that probably cost more than my monthly rent. Oh my God, what's he doing here? She glared at Zachariah. Just catching up, I smiled. Lots of catching up. Dad appeared at my elbow, gripped tight on his whiskey glass. Princess, study, now. Actually, I raised my voice slightly. I have something to share with everyone. A special Christmas presentation. Not now, he growled. Yes, now. I moved toward the living room's mounted TV. Everyone, if I could have your attention, please? Mom practically sprinted across the room. Charlie, don't you dare. I've prepared a little family history, I continued, plugging my laptop into the TV. About inheritance, about business practices, about tragic accidents. The room quieted. In the corner, Meredith stood ready with her phone, recording everything. This isn't the time, Dad said loudly. We're celebrating lies, I cut in. Starting with this. I clicked play. The TV displayed my bank transfer. For Sasha's surprise, clear as day. Next came the fake roof repair claims. Then Grandma Margaret's insurance policy. Some of you knew my grandmother. I addressed the crowd. Some of you were there when she supposedly fell down those stairs. Dead silence. Mom had gone pale. Dad's hands were shaking. But you didn't know about this. I played Zachariah's recording, Dad's voice from years ago, discussing accident arrangements with someone whose accent suggested serious criminal connections. Turn it off, Dad commanded. Make me. He started forward, but froze as Meredith stepped up beside me. Touch her, she said quietly. And I send these files to the police right now. Sasha stared at the screen, recognition dawning. Wait, that money was supposed to be for the roof. Charlie's money. All the money was supposed to be for both of us, I told her. The inheritance, the trust funds, everything they stole. We gave you everything, Mom burst out. A good home, opportunities. You gave me guilt, I corrected. Manipulation, lies. You used Sasha to distract me while you paid off gambling debts with blood money, the crowd murmured. Business associates exchanged worried looks. This wasn't the festive party they'd expected. You don't understand, Dad pleaded. Those people would have killed me. So you killed Grandma instead. The words hung in the air like poison. Someone gasped. A wine glass shattered. "I have copies of everything," I announced. "Bank records, insurance documents, Grandma's letter explaining exactly what Dad threatened to do to her. It's all backed up and ready to send to the FBI's Financial Crimes Division." "You'd destroy your own family," Mom demanded. "You already did that," Meredith spoke up, "the moment you chose money over murder." Sasha stepped forward, tears streaming. "Is it true? Did you kill Grandma?" Dad's silence was answer enough. "Here's what happens next," I said calmly. "You're going to transfer every penny of my stolen money back to me. You're going to confess to the insurance fraud, and you're going to face whatever consequences come. Or," Dad's voice was dangerous, "or I send everything to the authorities and to your business associates. Let them decide how to handle someone who betrays deals." The room had emptied considerably. Only family remained, watching this implosion of carefully constructed lies. "You have until midnight," I said, packing up my laptop. "Choose wisely." I walked out, Zachariah and Meredith flanking me. Behind us, I heard Sasha's broken voice. "All this time? You used me to hurt her?" Sometimes revenge doesn't feel like victory. Sometimes it feels like finally being able to breathe. The truth was out. The choice was theirs. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't the one paying their price. The deadline came and went. At 12:01 a.m., I hit send on multiple emails, to the FBI, to investigative journalists, to Dad's shadowy business partners. By morning, everything exploded. My phone wouldn't stop buzzing. News vans parked outside my parents' house. Dad's business partners showed up demanding answers. The carefully constructed house of cards was falling, and falling hard. "They're asking for you," Sasha said when she showed up at my apartment, mascara streaked down her face. "The police, I mean." "I know." I let her in. "I'm meeting with them this afternoon." She collapsed onto my couch. "The BMW got repossessed this morning. Mom's crying nonstop. Dad's just sitting in his study drinking." "Are you here to make me feel guilty?" "I'm here because I didn't know." Her voice cracked. "About Grandma, about the money, about how they used me to hurt you. God, Charlie, I was so blind." I handed her a coffee. "We both were, just in different ways." "Ms. Parker?" A detective stood in my doorway. I'd left it open when Sasha came in. "We need to take your statement." The next hours passed in a blur of questions, documents, and revelations. Yes, I had proof of financial fraud. Yes, I had Grandma's letter. Yes, I could prove the systematic theft of my inheritance. "Your father's been arrested," the detective said finally. "Your mother, too, as an accessory. We'll need you both to testify." Sasha gripped my hand. "Both of us?" "You're a victim, too," I told her. "They stole your trust fund just like mine. They just bought your silence with pieces of it." More police came, more questions. Meredith arrived with additional documents, years of evidence she'd quietly gathered, waiting for someone brave enough to use it. "Your grandmother would be proud," she said, hugging me tight. "Both of you," she added, including Sasha. Zachariah texted, "Turn on the news." The local station was running the story. Dad's business partners had apparently been running quite the operation. Money laundering, fraud, maybe worse. Dad's arrest was just the tip of the iceberg. "Ms. Parker?" Another detective. "We found something in your father's study, a recording, about your grandmother's death." My heart stopped. He confessed. "Not exactly. But it's enough to reopen the case." Sasha broke down completely then. I held her while she sobbed, my own tears finally falling. Years of manipulation, of being pitted against each other, dissolved in our shared grief and rage. "I'm so sorry," she whispered, "for everything. The car, the money. I never knew it was yours." "It was ours," I corrected. "We were both supposed to have security, independence. They stole that from both of us." My phone buzzed again. Mom, calling from the police station. I declined the call. "They want to make a deal," the detective said. "Your father's willing to confess to everything, including your grandmother's death, in exchange for protection from his business associates." "No deals," I said firmly. "Let him face every consequence." The DA agrees. With the evidence you provided, they don't need his cooperation. More news vans arrived, more police, more questions about years of financial fraud and family secrets. "What happens now?" Sasha asked quietly. "Now?" I looked at the chaos around us. "Now we rebuild, without lies, without manipulation, just truth." "And therapy," Meredith added. "Lots of therapy." A familiar face appeared in my doorway, the bank manager who had handled my emergency transfers. "Ms. Parker, we've frozen all associated accounts," she said. "Once the investigation confirms the fraud, we can begin restoration of funds." "Both accounts," I said firmly. "Mine and my sister's." Sasha started crying again. "After everything they made me do to you." "They made you do it," I emphasized. "Just like they made me be the responsible one. We were both playing roles they wrote for us." The detective cleared his throat. "One more thing. We found this in your father's safe." He handed me an old photo. Grandma Margaret holding baby me, Sasha not yet born. On the back, in her handwriting, "My girls deserve better than lies. Truth sets us free." "She knew," Meredith said softly. "She was trying to protect you both." I hugged the photo to my chest, letting years of pain and anger flow through me. Mom and Dad would face justice. Their criminal associates would face consequences. The truth would finally come out. "We deserve better," I told Sasha, echoing our grandmother's words. "And now, we'll make sure we get it." Outside, reporters called my name. Inside, detectives gathered evidence. But in that moment, holding my sister and our grandmother's photo, I felt something I hadn't in years. Peace. The gavel struck with finality. Dad stared straight ahead as the judge read his sentence: 20 years for fraud, conspiracy, and manslaughter. Mom got 12 years for her role as an accessory. Neither looked at me or Sasha in the gallery. Outside the courthouse, reporters swarmed. "How does it feel to expose your own parents' crimes?" "It feels like justice," I said simply. "For my grandmother. For every person they deceived." Sasha squeezed my hand. She'd testified too, breaking down on the stand as she described how our parents had manipulated us both. Her testimony had sealed their fate. "The estate has been unfrozen," our lawyer announced, joining us. "The trust funds will be distributed as originally intended, split equally between you both." "What about the business partners?" Sasha asked quietly. "Most are in custody. The others—" He shrugged. "Let's just say they have bigger problems than your father now." Meredith waited by her car. "Your grandmother's house is empty," she said. "The police are done processing it. Ready to see it?" The drive was quiet. I hadn't been to Grandma Margaret's house since before her death. It stood exactly as I remembered, a Victorian beauty with a wraparound porch where she used to read me stories. "Look what I found," Meredith said, unlocking the door. In the living room, she'd set up an old projector screen. Home movies flickered to life. Grandma Margaret holding baby me, then toddler Sasha, teaching us to bake, reading on that porch. Her voice came through clear and strong. "My girls are going to change the world someday." "She left the house to you both," Meredith said softly. "Joint ownership. It's in her real will, the one your father hid." Sasha walked to the window. "We could restore it. Make it a home again." "Together," I agreed. My phone buzzed. Zachariah. He'd been patient, supportive, never pushing for more than I could give. "Coffee later?" "Yes," I texted back. Some broken things were worth rebuilding. "Miss Parker?" A detective stood in the doorway. "The safety deposit box you requested, we found it." Inside was a letter addressed to me and Sasha, dated the day before Grandma died. "My darling girls, if you're reading this, the truth has finally come out. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you from what's coming, but I know you'll protect each other when it does. Charlie, your strength isn't just in being responsible, it's in your capacity for justice. Sasha, your light isn't dimmed by their manipulation, it's waiting to shine on your own terms. Together you're unstoppable. The house is yours. The truth is yours. Your lives are yours. I love you both, forever and always. Grandma Margaret. Sasha wiped her eyes. She knew. All this time she knew they'd try to turn us against each other. But they failed, I said firmly. The afternoon sun streamed through stained glass windows, casting rainbow patterns across old hardwood floors. This house held darkness, yes, but also light, also truth. I'm selling the BMW, Sasha announced suddenly, and my designer stuff, going back to school instead. Business degree? I asked. Social work. She smiled sadly. I want to help other families break cycles of abuse. Meredith cleared her throat. Your grandmother left something else, for when you were ready. She handed us each a key. To her private study. She called it her legacy room. The small room was lined with journals, decades of observations, evidence, carefully documented proof of our father's descent into criminality. She'd known what was coming, had prepared for it, had trusted us to finish what she started. Look at this, Sasha called. A photo album filled with pictures of us. But not just any pictures, moments when we supported each other, protected each other, loved each other despite our parents' manipulation. She saw who we really were, I realized, not who they tried to make us be. My phone buzzed again. A text from Mom's burner prison phone. We did it all for you girls. I showed Sasha. Together we typed back, No, you did it for yourselves. We're doing this for us. Then we blocked the number. Outside, the sun was setting. Inside, decades of lies were finally fading into truth. Sasha and I stood in our grandmother's study, surrounded by her legacy of love and justice. Ready to go home? I asked. Sasha looked around the room, at the evidence of our grandmother's strength, at the proof of our own resilience. We are home, she said simply. And she was right. Sometimes home isn't where you're broken. It's where you finally become whole.
The champagne flute trembled in my hand as my mother-in-law stood up, tapping her knife against the crystal with that practiced smile she reserved for public performances. I'd like to make a toast, Naomi announced, her voice carrying across the baby shower like she was addressing the United Nations instead of 30 women crammed into her living room. To my beautiful daughter Emerson, who's finally giving us the grandchild we've all been waiting for. My name is Brooke, and I should have seen it coming. After 7 years of marriage to Mason, I knew exactly how these family gatherings played out. But somehow, I still wasn't prepared for what came next. You know, Naomi continued, her eyes finding mine across the room, some women are just natural mothers. They understand their purpose. She paused, letting that word hang in the air like smoke. And then there are others who, well, let's just say career ambitions don't keep you warm at night or carry on the family name. The room went dead silent. Even the ice in my drink seemed to stop clinking. Mother, Mason whispered from beside me, but his voice had all the authority of a deflated balloon. Oh, I'm not being mean, Naomi laughed, that tinkling sound she made when she was about to deliver her killing blow. I'm just saying that some of us are blessed with fertility and others. She shrugged, as if my supposed barrenness was just an unfortunate weather pattern. Well, Brooke, honey, you're 33. Maybe it's time to accept that motherhood just isn't in God's plan for you. The words hit like a slap. Around me, women shifted uncomfortably in their seats, suddenly fascinated by their manicures or the floral arrangements. My sister-in-law Emerson sat in her throne of pastel ribbons and gift wrap, one hand resting on her 6-month bump, looking anywhere but at me. To Emerson? Naomi raised her glass higher. "Our family's blessing and future." Everyone drank. Everyone except me. My hand moved instinctively to my purse, fingers brushing against the manila envelope I'd been carrying for 3 weeks, the envelope that contained a single sheet of paper that would change everything. "Brooke?" Mason's voice was barely audible. "You okay?" I looked at my husband, really looked at him. His face was flushed with embarrassment, but not the kind that comes from righteous anger. This was the flush of someone who'd been caught in the middle and chosen the easy way out. Again. "I'm fine," I said, standing up. "Just need to freshen up." The bathroom was my sanctuary, the only place in this house where I could breathe without inhaling Naomi's passive-aggressive poison. I stared at my reflection in the mirror, brown hair still perfectly styled, makeup intact, but my eyes looked like they belonged to someone who'd been holding her breath underwater for 7 years. My phone buzzed. A text from Zariah. "How's the shower from hell going? Still planning to keep the peace?" I almost laughed. Keep the peace? That's what I'd been doing since the day I married Mason. Keeping the peace while Naomi made little comments about my selfishness for wanting to establish my marketing career before having kids. Keeping the peace when she'd introduced me to her friends as Mason's wife who works, with that particular emphasis that made it sound like a character flaw. Keeping the peace through every family dinner where Emerson was praised for her natural maternal instincts while I was treated like the family disappointment. But 3 weeks ago, I'd stumbled onto something that shattered my commitment to peacekeeping forever. I'd been at Emerson's apartment, dropping off some maternity clothes she'd requested, when her phone kept buzzing on the kitchen counter. The screen lit up with message after message from someone named Rogelio. The preview text that caught my eye read, "Can't wait to see you tonight. Tanner working late again?" My blood had turned to ice water. Rogelio Fleming. I knew that name. He worked with Emerson at the marketing firm downtown. I'd met him at a few company parties, charming, handsome, and definitely not her husband. What I did next wasn't planned. It was pure instinct. While Emerson was in the shower, I took photos of those messages. Dozens of them, going back months. Messages that painted a very clear picture of an affair that had been going on since before her wedding. And then I did something that would have horrified the old me, the peacekeeping me. I arranged for a prenatal DNA test. It wasn't hard. A few strategic questions about her doctor's appointments, a friend who worked in medical billing, and access to Emerson's purse during a family dinner. The results came back exactly as I'd suspected. Tanner Duncan, that sweet, trusting man who'd been glowing with pride for months about becoming a father, wasn't the father at all. Another knock on the bathroom door. "Brooke, you've been in there a while." Mason's voice, concerned but not concerned enough to actually defend me out there. "Coming," I called back. I pulled the envelope from my purse and stared at it one more time. Inside was proof that would destroy Emerson's perfect image, shatter Tanner's world, and expose Naomi's golden child for exactly what she was. The question was, did I have the courage to use it? I opened the bathroom door and walked back into the living room, where Emerson was opening gifts with theatrical enthusiasm. Naomi was holding court near the gift table, probably still basking in the afterglow of her public humiliation of me. "Oh, good, you're back," Emerson called out sweetly. "I was just about to open your gift." I smiled, my hand tightening around the envelope. "Actually, I have something even more special for you and Tanner." The room fell silent as I walked toward the gift table, envelope in hand. Emerson's smile faltered slightly, but she kept up her performance. "Oh, how sweet! What is it?" she asked, reaching for the envelope with manicured fingers. "Just open it," I said, my voice steady despite my racing heart. Tanner leaned forward from his spot on the couch, that eager expression he always wore when it came to anything baby-related. "Is it photos?" Did you make us a scrapbook?" "Something like that," I replied. Emerson tore open the envelope with theatrical flair, clearly expecting some sentimental gift she could gush over. The paper crinkled as she pulled out the single sheet inside. Her face went white. "What is it, honey?" Tanner asked, standing up and moving toward her. Emerson's hands were shaking now, the paper trembling between her fingers. This is... "What does it say?" Naomi demanded, stepping closer. "Emerson, what's wrong?" Tanner reached for the paper, but Emerson jerked it away. "No, it's nothing, just a joke." "Let me see it," Tanner said, his voice firmer now. The confusion in his eyes was already shifting to something darker. "Tanner, please, it's not—" He grabbed the paper from her hands. The silence stretched as he read, his face cycling through confusion, disbelief, and finally devastation. "What the hell is this?" he whispered. "What does it say?" Naomi practically shrieked, lunging for the paper. Tanner held it away from her, his eyes locked on Emerson. "It's a DNA test. It says, I'm not the father." The room erupted. Gasps, whispers, the sound of someone's drink hitting the floor. Naomi's face went through about 6 different expressions before settling on rage. "This is sick," she spat, whirling on me. "What kind of twisted joke is this, Brooke? Are you so jealous that you'd forge medical documents?" "I didn't forge anything," I said calmly. "You're lying," Naomi's voice cracked. "You're just bitter because you can't have children of your own, so you're trying to destroy—" "The lab is Precision Genetics on 5th Street, I interrupted. Dr. Martinez handled the testing personally. The confirmation number is right there at the bottom. Tanner was staring at the paper like it might change if he looked hard enough. This can't be real. Emerson, tell me, this isn't real." Emerson's mouth opened and closed like a fish. Tears were streaming down her face, but she couldn't seem to form words. "Tell him," I said quietly. "Shut up!" Naomi screamed. "You don't get to speak. You've done enough damage." "Have I?" I asked, my voice still maddeningly calm. "Because I'm not the one who's been lying for months." "Emerson," Tanner's voice broke, "please, just tell me this is fake." She looked up at him, mascara streaking down her cheeks. "Tanner, I can explain—" "Oh my God," he stumbled backward. "Oh my God, it's true." "It was a mistake," Emerson cried, reaching for him. "It didn't mean anything." "A mistake?" Tanner's voice rose. "A mistake that lasted how long? How long, Emerson?" "Tanner, please." "How long?" 6 months, she whispered. The room was dead silent except for someone's quiet sobbing. I think it was Stacy, Mason's cousin, who always cried at movies. 6 months, Tanner repeated numbly. "Our entire engagement, our wedding. You've been lying to me for 6 months." "I love you," Emerson sobbed. "I love you so much, and I was going to tell you—" "When?" Tanner demanded. "When were you going to tell me I was raising another man's child?" I hoped maybe it was yours." "You hoped?" His voice cracked. "You hoped?" Mason finally found his voice. "Brooke, how could you do this? Here, in front of everyone?" I turned to look at my husband, this man who'd sat silently while his mother called me barren, who'd never once defended me in 7 years of marriage. "Where else should I have done it, Mason? In private, so you could all convince me to keep quiet? So Tanner could spend the next 18 years raising a child that isn't his?" "That's not your decision to make," Naomi shrieked. "Isn't it?" I asked. "When you spent the last hour telling everyone what a failure I am? When you've spent years making me feel like I'm broken because I chose to focus on my career?" "This isn't about you," Emerson cried. "No," I agreed. "It's about Tanner. It's about the fact that he deserves to know the truth before he signs a birth certificate." Tanner was backing toward the door, shaking his head. "I can't. I need to go. I need to think." "Tanner, wait!" Emerson struggled to get up from her chair, her belly making it awkward. "Please, we can work through this." "Work through this?" He stopped at the door. You cheated on me for 6 months. You married me knowing you might be carrying another man's child. What exactly are we supposed to work through?" "I made a mistake." "No," he said quietly. "A mistake is forgetting to pick up milk. This is betrayal." He left, the door slamming behind him. The sound seemed to break whatever spell had held the room frozen. "Look what you've done!" Naomi hissed at me. "Look what you've destroyed!" "I didn't destroy anything," I said, grabbing my purse. "I just stopped pretending it wasn't already broken." Mason caught my arm as I headed for the door. "Brooke, wait. We need to talk about this." I looked down at his hand on my arm, then back up at his face. "Do we? Because you've had plenty of chances to talk. You've had 7 years to stand up for me, and you chose silence every single time." "That's not fair." "Fair?" I laughed, and it sounded bitter even to my own ears. "Your mother just called me barren in front of 30 people, and you think I'm being unfair?" I pulled my arm free and walked out, leaving behind the wreckage of Emerson's perfect baby shower and the illusion of the perfect family that had never really existed at all. I made it exactly 3 blocks before my phone started ringing. Mason's name flashed on the screen, but I let it go to voicemail. Then it rang again, and again. By the time I pulled into my driveway, I had 14 missed calls and a string of increasingly frantic text messages. "Brooke, please come back. We need to fix this." "Mom is having a panic attack. This is insane. How could you humiliate our family like this?" I was deleting the messages when Zariah's car pulled up behind mine. She got out, took one look at my face and whistled low. "Holy shit, you actually did it." "I did it," I confirmed, my voice hollow. "How bad was the fallout?" "Tanner walked out. Emerson had a complete breakdown. Naomi accused me of forging the results. Zariah followed me into the house. And Mason?" "Mason asked me how I could humiliate our family like this." I dropped my purse on the kitchen counter. "Not his sister, not his mother, our family." "Jesus." Zariah opened my fridge and pulled out a bottle of wine. "Okay, walk me through it. Start from the beginning." I told her everything. Naomi's toast, the envelope, Emerson's face when she read the results, Tanner's devastation. By the time I finished, we'd made a serious dent in the wine. "So what happens now?" Zariah asked. "Now? Now I wait for the real shitstorm to begin." As if on cue, my phone rang. Mason again. "You should probably answer that," Zariah said. I hit accept. "What?" "Brooke, thank God. Where are you?" "Home." "I'm coming over. We need to talk." "Do we? Because I feel like we've said everything we need to say. Please, just give me a chance to explain." "Explain what, Mason? How you sat there while your mother called me barren? How you've never once defended me in 7 years? That's not fair." "Stop saying that," I snapped. "Stop telling me what's fair when you've never had to live with their judgment." "Brooke, please. I'm already in the car. Just don't leave, okay?" The line went dead. I stared at the phone, then at Zariah. "He's coming over," I said. "Want me to stay?" "No, this is something I need to handle alone." Zariah hugged me tight. "Call me if you need backup. I mean it." After she left, I sat in my living room, staring at the wall and trying to process what I'd just done. The silence felt strange after the chaos of the afternoon. Mason's key turned in the lock 20 minutes later. He walked in looking like he'd aged 5 years in the span of 2 hours. "Brooke, how's Emerson?" I asked. He stopped, clearly thrown by the question. "She's not good. Mum took her to the hospital. She was having contractions." "Stress-induced?" "The doctors think so. They're monitoring her overnight." I nodded. "And Tanner?" "He's not answering his phone. His brother said he's staying with them for a few days." "Good. He needs space to process this." Mason stared at me. "Good? Brooke, you just destroyed his marriage." "No, Mason. Emerson destroyed his marriage. I just made sure he found out before he signed a birth certificate." "You could have told him privately." "When? When would have been the right time? After the baby was born, after he'd bonded with a child that isn't his. Mason sat down heavily on the couch. This isn't like you. You're not vindictive. Aren't I? I asked. Maybe you don't know me as well as you think. I know you're angry about what Mum said. What your mother said was the final straw, Mason, not the beginning. He looked up at me, confusion written across his face. What do you mean? I mean I've been dealing with her passive-aggressive bullshit for 7 years. The comments about my career. The implications that I'm selfish for not having kids yet. The way she introduces me to people like I'm some kind of disappointment. She doesn't mean... Yes, she does. I sat down across from him. She absolutely means it. And you know what the worst part is? You let her. That's not true. Name one time, Mason. One single time you've defended me to your mother. He opened his mouth, then closed it. The silence stretched between us. I thought so, I said quietly. I don't like conflict, he said finally. You know that about me. I know, but marriage isn't supposed to be conflict-free, Mason. It's supposed to be you and me against the world. Instead, it's been me against your family while you hide in the corner. I don't hide. You do. You hide behind your discomfort with confrontation while I get torn apart piece by piece. Mason's phone buzzed. He glanced at it and winced. It's Mom. She wants to know if you're going to apologize to Emerson. I laughed and it came out sharp and bitter. Apologize? For what? For telling the truth? For humiliating her in front of the entire family. She humiliated herself, Mason. I just provided the evidence. His phone buzzed again, then again. Answer it, I said. Brooke, answer it. Let's hear what Naomi has to say. Mason reluctantly swiped to accept the call. Hi, Mom. Even from across the room, I could hear Naomi's voice, high and shrill. Is she there? Is that woman there? Mum, please. Put me on speaker. I want to talk to her. Mason looked at me helplessly. I nodded. You're on speaker, Mum. Brooke. Naomi's voice filled the room like poison. I hope you're proud of yourself. My daughter is in the hospital because of your jealous little stunt. Is she okay? I asked. Don't you dare pretend to care. You've done enough damage. I asked if she's okay. The baby's fine, no thanks to you. But Emerson is devastated. Her marriage is over, her reputation is ruined, and it's all because you couldn't stand to see someone else be happy. Someone else be happy? I repeated. Naomi, your daughter was cheating on her husband. She was going to let him raise another man's child. How is that happiness? That's not your business. It became my business when you spent the afternoon telling everyone what a failure I am. You are a failure, Naomi screamed. You're a selfish, barren woman who can't stand to see a real woman succeed. The line went quiet. Even Mason looked shocked. There it is, I said softly. The truth finally. Mum, Mason said, his voice strained, you can't say things like that. I can say whatever I want. She destroyed our family. No, I said, standing up. I saved Tanner from a lifetime of lies, and I saved myself from pretending this family was ever going to accept me. I walked to the door and grabbed my keys. Where are you going? Mason asked. Somewhere I can think clearly, without your mother's voice in my head. Brooke, wait. But I was already gone. I drove to the 24-hour diner on Maple Street and sat in a corner booth, nursing coffee and trying to make sense of the wreckage I'd created. My phone had been buzzing non-stop, but I'd turned it face down on the table. Around midnight, Zariah slid into the seat across from me. How did you find me? I asked. You always come here when you need to think. Plus, Mason called me in a panic when you didn't come home. I'm not ready to go back. I'm not here to drag you home. I'm here because you look like you're about to fall apart. The waitress refilled my coffee cup for the 4th time. I wrapped my hands around it, grateful for the warmth. Did I do the right thing? I asked. You did the honest thing. Whether it was right, that's not for me to decide. Tanner deserved to know. Yes, he did. But maybe not like that. Not in front of everyone. Soraya reached across the table and squeezed my hand. Brooke, you've been swallowing their poison for 7 years. You finally spat it back out. Was it messy? Yeah, but sometimes messy is the only way to get clean. My phone lit up with another call. Mason again. You should probably talk to him, Soraya said. I swiped to answer. What? Brooke, please come home. We need to figure this out. There's nothing to figure out, Mason. Your mother made her feelings about me very clear. She was upset. She didn't mean... She meant every word, and you know it. Where are you? I'll come get you. I'm fine where I am. Brooke, please, I know you're angry, but running away isn't going to solve anything. I'm not running away. I'm taking space to think about whether I want to keep living like this. The line went quiet. What does that mean? It means I'm tired, Mason. I'm tired of being the villain in your family's story. I'm tired of being treated like I'm broken because I wanted to establish my career before having kids. I'm tired of you standing by while your mother tears me down. I'll talk to her. I'll make her apologize. You'll make her? Mason, she's 58 years old. If she doesn't understand why what she said was wrong, your making her apologize isn't going to change anything. Then what do you want me to do? I want you to choose, me or them, because I can't keep living in the middle anymore. That's not fair. Stop saying that, I snapped, loud enough that other diners turned to look. Stop telling me what's fair when you've never had to live with their judgment. Brooke, I hung up and turned the phone off completely. Feel better? Soraya asked. No, but at least I don't have to listen to him tell me I'm being unfair. What are you going to do? I don't know. Go home eventually, I guess. Face whatever comes next. And if Mason doesn't choose you? I stared into my coffee cup. Then I guess I'll know where I stand. We sat in comfortable silence for a while. Around 2 a.m, Soraya drove me home. Mason's car was in the driveway, but the house was dark. You sure you're okay? She asked. I will be, one way or another. I let myself in quietly, expecting Mason to be asleep. Instead, I found him sitting at the kitchen table staring at his phone. You're up, I said. Couldn't sleep? He looked up at me, and I could see the exhaustion in his eyes. Emerson's been texting me all night. What does she want? She wants to know if you're going to tell Rogelio about the baby. I sat down across from him. I hadn't thought about it. She's terrified he'll want custody, or that he'll want nothing to do with it. Maybe she should have thought about that before she cheated. Mason winced. She's still my sister, Brooke. I know, and I'm still your wife. The question is which one of those relationships matters more to you. It's not that simple. It is that simple. Your mother called me barren and selfish in front of 30 people. Your sister has been lying to her husband for months, and you've been letting both of them treat me like garbage for 7 years. I never let them. You did, by staying silent, by making excuses, by asking me to keep the peace instead of demanding they show me basic respect. Mason's phone buzzed again. He glanced at it and sighed. Who is it now? I asked. Mom, she wants to have a family meeting tomorrow to discuss the situation. Let me guess. She wants me to apologize and promise to keep quiet about what I know. She wants to find a way to fix this. There's nothing to fix, Mason. Emerson made her choices. Now she has to live with the consequences. What about Tanner? What about the baby? What about them? Tanner deserves to know the truth, and the baby deserves to know who its real father is. And if that destroys what's left of our family? I looked at my husband, this man I'd loved for 7 years, and felt something shift inside me. Your family destroyed itself, Mason. I just stopped pretending it was my job to hold the pieces together. So what happens now? Now you decide. Are you going to that family meeting to help them figure out how to manage this crisis? Or are you going to stay here and figure out how to save our marriage? Brooke, choose Mason, because I'm done being the understanding wife who swallows her pride for the sake of family harmony. He stared at me for a long moment. The meeting is at 10. Then you better get some sleep. You'll need your energy to help them figure out how to spin this. I stood up and headed for the stairs. Where are you going? He asked. To bed, alone, apparently. Brooke, wait. But I was already gone, leaving him sitting at the kitchen table with his phone and his impossible choice. I woke up to the sound of Mason's shower running. The clock read 9:15 a.m. He was getting ready for his family meeting. I stayed in bed until I heard his car pull out of the driveway. Then I got up, made coffee, and tried to figure out what to do with myself. I'd taken the day off work, knowing I'd be in no state to deal with clients and campaigns. My phone had 17 missed calls and 43 text messages. Most were from numbers I didn't recognize, probably friends and family who'd heard about yesterday's drama. I deleted them without reading, but one message caught my attention. It was from Nicole, Naomi's sister. Brooke, can we talk? I think there are things you should know. I stared at the message for a full minute before typing back. What kind of things? Not over text. Can you meet me for coffee? The Starbucks on 5th Street? When? Now, if you can. I threw on jeans and a sweater and drove to the coffee shop. Nicole was already there, sitting in a corner table with 2 cups in front of her. You came? She said as I sat down. You said there were things I should know. Nicole pushed one of the cups toward me. Vanilla latte, I remembered from Christmas. Nicole, what's going on? She looked around the coffee shop, then leaned forward. Naomi's been calling everyone, trying to control the narrative. She's telling people you forged the DNA results out of jealousy. I figured she would, but that's not why I wanted to see you. Nicole paused, seeming to gather her courage. Brooke, this isn't the first time. What do you mean? Emerson, this isn't her first affair. I set down my coffee cup. What? During her engagement to Tanner, there was another man, a guy from her gym. It lasted about 2 months. How do you know this? Because I saw them together at a restaurant downtown. They were very affectionate. Did you tell anyone? Nicole shook her head. I confronted Emerson about it. She cried, said it was a mistake, begged me not to tell Naomi, said she'd ended it and it would never happen again. But it did happen again, with Rogelio. Apparently. Nicole sipped her coffee. Brooke, I need you to understand something. Naomi knows. Knows what? About the gym guy. I told her last night after everything exploded. I thought she should know that this is a pattern. What did she say? She said it didn't matter, that Emerson was young and made mistakes, but that didn't give you the right to destroy her life. I laughed bitterly. Of course she did. There's more. Nicole looked uncomfortable. She's planning to tell Mason that you've been having an affair. What? She's going to claim that's how you knew about DNA testing, that you've been cheating and got tested yourself. That's insane. Mason would never believe that. Are you sure? Because from what I saw at the meeting this morning, he's pretty desperate to find a way to blame you for all of this. My stomach dropped. You were at the meeting. Naomi insisted. She wanted the whole family there to present a united front. And Mason went along with it. He's there right now. They're crafting a story about how you've been unstable and jealous for months, how you've been obsessed with Emerson's pregnancy. I felt sick. He wouldn't do that to me. Brooke, honey, he's doing it right now. My phone buzzed. A text from Mason. Coming home soon, we need to talk. He's on his way back, I said, showing Nicole the message. What are you going to do? I don't know. Confront him, I guess. Ask him if he really believes I'm capable of forging medical documents. Do you have proof of the DNA test being real? I have the lab's contact information, the confirmation number. They keep records. Good. You might need that. We sat in silence for a moment. Then Nicole reached across the table and squeezed my hand. For what it's worth, I think you did the right thing. Tanner deserved to know. Thank you. That means more than you know. Naomi's not going to let this go. She's going to keep pushing until she finds a way to make you the villain. She already has. The question is whether Mason's going to let her. I drove home with Nicole's words echoing in my head. Mason's car was in the driveway when I pulled up. I found him in the living room pacing. We need to talk, he said without preamble. So I heard. How was the family meeting? He stopped pacing. How did you... Never mind. Brooke, I need to ask you something, and I need you to be honest with me. Okay. Have you been having an affair? I stared at him. Are you serious right now? Just answer the question. No, Mason, I have not been having an affair. The fact that you even have to ask tells me everything I need to know about where we stand. Mum thinks. I don't care what your mother thinks. I care what you think. Do you honestly believe I'm capable of cheating on you? He looked away. I don't know what to believe anymore. Then let me make it simple for you. I pulled out my phone and scrolled to the lab's contact information. This is Dr. Martinez at Precision Genetics. Call him, ask him about the DNA test, ask him if I forged anything. Brooke, call him, Mason, right now, because if you don't trust me enough to take my word for it, then we have bigger problems than your sister's infidelity. He stared at the phone number for a long moment. Then he dialed. Dr. Martinez, this is Mason Hall. I need to ask you about a DNA test my wife arranged. Yes, that's right. No, I understand. Can you confirm the results were accurate? I watched his face change as he listened to the doctor's response. I see. And there's no possibility of error? Okay, thank you. He hung up and looked at me. The test is real. Tanner's not the father. I know. And you didn't forge anything. I know that too. Then why did Mum say, because your mother would rather destroy me than admit her precious daughter is a serial cheater? Mason sat down heavily on the couch. She said you've been acting strange for months, obsessed with Emerson. And you believed her? I didn't know what to believe. Everything's falling apart and I needed someone to blame. So you chose me. I chose the easiest target, just like I always do. The admission hung between us like a confession. At least you're finally being honest, I said. Brooke, I'm sorry. I know I've been weak. I know I should have defended you. Should have. Past tense. I want to do better. I want to fix this. To you, because an hour ago you were in a room full of people planning to destroy my reputation to protect your sisters. I didn't agree to that, but you didn't stop it either. Mason's phone buzzed. He glanced at it and winced. Let me guess, I said. Naomi wants to know if I confess to my imaginary affair. She wants to know if you're going to apologize to Emerson. For what? For telling the truth? For humiliating her? I stood up and grabbed my keys. Where are you going? Mason asked. To see Emerson. If she wants an apology, she can ask for it herself. The hospital parking garage was nearly empty at 2 p.m. I found Emerson's room on the 3rd floor, maternity ward. Through the small window in the door, I could see her lying in bed, staring at the ceiling. I knocked softly and pushed the door open. Hey, I said. She turned her head toward me, and I was shocked by how awful she looked. Her face was puffy from crying, her hair was a mess, and her eyes were red-rimmed and hollow. What are you doing here? She asked, her voice hoarse. I heard you wanted to see me. I wanted you to apologize. There's a difference. I pulled a chair closer to her bed and sat down. Apologize for what exactly? for destroying my life, for humiliating me in front of everyone, for ruining my marriage. Emerson, I didn't ruin your marriage. You did that all by yourself. She turned away from me. You don't understand. You've never understood what it's like to be part of this family. You're right. I don't understand. Explain it to me. The pressure, the expectations. Mum has this vision of who I'm supposed to be, and I've been trying to live up to it my whole life. So you cheated on your husband? I made mistakes. She turned back to me, tears streaming down her face. I'm not perfect like you think you are. I don't think I'm perfect, but I don't lie to the people I love. Don't you? What about all those times you smiled and nodded when Mom made her little comments? What about pretending you were fine when you clearly weren't? I was quiet for a moment. You're right. I did lie. I lied to keep the peace, but I never betrayed Mason. This is different. Is it? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you've been lying to everyone for months. Emerson's monitor started beeping faster. A nurse poked her head in. Everything okay in here? We're fine, Emerson said quickly. The nurse looked between us suspiciously, but left. You need to calm down, I said. The stress isn't good for the baby. Don't pretend you care about my baby. I do care. That's why I did what I did. You did it for revenge. Maybe, but that doesn't make it wrong. Emerson was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, Tanner won't answer my calls. Can you blame him? I love him. I really do love him. Then why did you cheat on him? Twice? She looked startled. What do you mean twice? Nicole told me about the guy from the gym during your engagement. Emerson's face went white. She promised she wouldn't tell anyone. She didn't until last night when she told your mother. Oh, God. Emerson covered her face with her hands. This keeps getting worse. It gets worse because you keep lying. Even now you're still lying. I'm not. You told Tanner the affair with Rogelio lasted 6 months. But I saw the texts, Emerson. They go back almost a year. She stared at me. You read my texts? I saw them on your counter when I was dropping off those maternity clothes. Your phone kept buzzing. You had no right. You had no right to lie to your husband about the paternity of your child. I wasn't sure. Bullshit. You knew there was a chance. You knew, and you married him anyway. Emerson started crying again, harder this time. I hoped it would work out, that the baby would be his and everything would be fine. And if it wasn't, were you just going to let him raise another man's child? I don't know. I don't know what I was going to do. Well, now you don't have to figure it out, because Tanner knows the truth. He hates me. He's hurt. There's a difference. Hi, is there? Because he won't even look at me. He had his brother come get his things from the apartment. What did you expect? That he'd just forgive you and pretend nothing happened? I expected my family to support me. Instead, Mum's having a breakdown, Dad won't talk to me, and Mason's caught in the middle. Your family is supporting you. They're trying to make me the villain to protect you. What do you mean? Your mother told Mason I forged the DNA results. She's planning to tell people I've been having an affair. Emerson looked genuinely shocked. She wouldn't do that. She would. She is. I didn't ask her to. You didn't have to. She's doing it because she can't accept that her perfect daughter is capable of this level of deception. I'm not perfect. I never claimed to be perfect. No, but you let everyone believe you were. You let them put you on a pedestal while they tore me down. I never asked them to treat you badly. But you never asked them to stop either. Emerson was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, What do you want from me, Brooke? I want you to tell the truth, all of it, to Tanner, to your family, to Rogelio. Rogelio doesn't know about the baby. He has a right to know. What if he wants custody? What if he wants to be involved? Then you'll have to deal with that, just like you'll have to deal with the consequences of everything else you've done. And if I don't, if I keep quiet, then I'll tell him myself. Emerson stared at me. You would do that. I would, because that baby deserves to know who its father is, and Rogelio deserves to know he has a child. You really hate me, don't you? I don't hate you, Emerson. I pity you. Pity me. You had everything, a husband who adored you, a family who worshipped you, a baby on the way, and you threw it all away for what? A few months of excitement? You don't understand. I understand perfectly. You were bored. You wanted attention. You wanted to feel special. So you cheated, and when that wasn't enough, you cheated again. It wasn't like that. Then what was it like? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you're a spoiled woman who never learned that actions have consequences. Emerson's monitor started beeping again, faster this time. She pressed the call button. I think you should go, she said. Fine, but think about what I said. The truth is going to come out eventually. The question is whether you want to control how it happens. The nurse came back in as I was leaving. Is she okay? I asked. Her blood pressure's elevated. She needs to rest. I nodded and walked out, leaving Emerson alone with her lies and her choices. In the elevator, my phone buzzed. A text from Mason. Mum collapsed. We're at St. Mary's Emergency. Can you come? I stared at the message for a long moment. Then I typed back, on my way. Because despite everything, despite the years of cruelty and manipulation, she was still my husband's mother. And maybe, just maybe, it was time for all of us to face the truth. St. Mary's Emergency was chaos. I found Mason in the waiting room, his head in his hands. Nicole sat beside him, rubbing his back. How is she? I asked. Mason looked up, surprised to see me. They think it was a panic attack. Her blood pressure spiked. Is she okay? They're running tests. She keeps asking for you. For me? Nicole nodded. She wants to talk to you. The doctor said the stress is making everything worse. What kind of stress? The kind that comes from watching your family fall apart, Mason said quietly. A doctor approached us. Family of Naomi Hall. That's us, Mason said, standing. She's stable, but I need to be honest with you. This wasn't just a panic attack. Her blood pressure is dangerously high, and she's showing signs of severe anxiety. Has there been any recent trauma or stress? Mason and Nicole exchanged glances. There's been some family drama, Nicole said carefully. Well, whatever it is, it needs to be resolved. Her body can't handle this level of stress. She's asking to see someone named Brooke. That's me, I said. She's insisting she won't calm down until she talks to you. Would you be willing? I looked at Mason. He nodded. Room 314, the doctor said. But please try to keep things calm. Her heart can't take much more. I walked down the hallway, my stomach churning. Naomi was propped up in bed, looking smaller and frailer than I'd ever seen her. Monitors beeped around her, and an IV drip was attached to her arm. Brooke, she said when she saw me, you came. Mason said you wanted to see me. Sit down, please. I pulled a chair close to her bed. How are you feeling? Like I'm dying. She tried to laugh, but it came out as a wheeze. Maybe I am. The doctor says you're going to be fine. You just need to rest. Rest. She shook her head. How can I rest when my family is falling apart? Naomi, let me talk, please. I need to say this while I still can. I nodded. I've been thinking about what you said, about the truth, about consequences. She paused, struggling to catch her breath. You were right. About what? About Emerson, about all of it. Tears started rolling down her cheeks. I knew she was cheating on Tanner. Nicole told me about the gym guy, and I told her to keep quiet. I thought if we just ignored it, it would go away. But it didn't go away. It got worse, and when you exposed the DNA results, I panicked. I couldn't accept that my daughter was capable of such deception. So you tried to make me the villain. I tried to protect her, the way I've always protected her. She reached for my hand, but I was wrong. I was so wrong. Naomi, I called you barren. I called you selfish. I said terrible things about you for years. She was crying harder now, and you never deserved any of it. Why? Why did you hate me so much? I didn't hate you. I was threatened by you. Threatened? You're everything I never was. Independent, strong. You didn't need anyone to take care of you. She squeezed my hand. I raised Emerson to be dependent, to need approval, to need me, but you were different, and I resented you for it. I never wanted to take Mason away from you. I know that now, but I was so afraid of losing control, of losing my place in his life, that I made you the enemy. We sat in silence for a moment. Then she said, "There's something else you need to know." "What?" "Rogelio called the house this morning. He knows about the baby." My blood ran cold. "How?" "Someone from the baby shower told him. He's demanding to talk to Emerson." "What did you tell him?" "I told him she was in the hospital. He said he'd wait, but he wants answers." "Good. He deserves them." "Brooke, there's more. Tanner's filing for divorce. He's also talking to a lawyer about the baby." "What kind of lawyer?" "Family law. He wants to make sure Rogelio can't come after him for support if he's not the father." "Smart, is it? Because now we have 3 men involved in this mess and a baby who's going to grow up in the middle of it." "The baby will be fine. Kids are resilient." "Will they? Because I keep thinking about all the damage I've done. To you, to Mason, to this family." "You can't change the past, Naomi, but you can change what happens next." "How?" "By telling the truth, by apologizing to the people you've hurt, by letting Emerson face the consequences of her actions instead of trying to protect her from them." "And if she can't handle it?" "Then she'll learn the way we all have to learn." Naomi closed her eyes. "I'm tired, Brooke. I'm so tired of fighting." "Then stop fighting. Stop trying to control everything and everyone." "Will you forgive me? I looked at this woman who'd made my life hell for 7 years, who'd called me barren and selfish and worthless. She looked so small in that hospital bed, so broken." "I'll try," I said finally. "That's more than I deserve." "Maybe, but it's what I can give you right now." Mason appeared in the doorway. "How's she doing?" "Better," I said, standing up. "We talked?" "Good, because there's something you both need to know." He stepped into the room. "Tanner's here. He wants to see Emerson." "At the hospital?" Naomi asked. "He's on his way to her room now, and Rochelio's with him." "Oh, God," Naomi whispered. "It gets worse," Mason continued. "Emerson's doctor called. She's in early labour. The stress triggered contractions." "How early?" I asked. 34 weeks. The baby should be okay, but it's going to be touch and go." Naomi tried to sit up. "I need to be there." "No," the nurse said, appearing behind Mason. "You need to stay here and rest. Your blood pressure is still too high." "But my daughter—" "Your daughter is in good hands. But if you don't take care of yourself, you won't be any help to anyone." Mason looked at me. "Will you come with me to see Emerson?" "Are you sure you want me there?" "I'm sure, because whatever happens next, we need to face it together." I nodded. "Let's go." As we walked toward the elevator, I could hear shouting from down the hall. Tanner's voice, raised in anger, Rogelio's voice demanding answers, and underneath it all, the sound of Emerson crying. The truth was finally coming out, all of it, and there was nowhere left to hide. The shouting stopped when Mason and I reached Emerson's room. Through the window, I could see Tanner and Rogelio standing on opposite sides of her bed, both looking like they'd rather be anywhere else. "Should we go in?" Mason asked. "She's your sister." He pushed open the door. "How's everyone doing?" Fantastic, Tanner said sarcastically, just having a lovely chat about paternity and lies. Rogelio turned to us. Are you Mason, Emerson's brother? I am. Then maybe you can explain to me how I'm just finding out I might have a child. Rogelio, please, Emerson said from the bed. The contractions are getting stronger. Good, he snapped, because I want a DNA test the minute that baby is born. We all do, Tanner said quietly. A nurse bustled in. I'm going to need everyone except the father to leave. That's the problem, Tanner said. We don't know who the father is. The nurse looked confused. I'm sorry. It's complicated, Mason said. Can we have a few more minutes? 5 minutes. Then I need this room cleared. She's dilating quickly. After the nurse left, Rogelio turned to Emerson. I need to know, is this baby mine? I don't know, she whispered. You don't know? How can you not know? Because I was sleeping with both of you, she cried. I was sleeping with my husband, and I was sleeping with you, and I don't know whose baby this is. The room went silent, except for the sound of the monitors beeping. Jesus Christ, Emerson, Tanner said. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I never meant for any of this to happen. But it did happen, Rogelio said, and now there's a baby involved. What do you want? Emerson asked him. If it's yours, what do you want? I want to be a father. I want to be involved. Tanner laughed bitterly. Great, so I get to watch my wife's lover raise the child I thought was mine. Tanner, Emerson reached for him, but he stepped back. No, I'm done. I'm done with the lies. I'm done with the drama. I'm done with all of it. But if the baby is yours, then we'll figure out custody. But I'm not staying married to someone who's been lying to me for over a year. A year? Rogelio looked shocked. You said it was 6 months. I lied about that too, Emerson said, her voice barely audible. Unbelievable, Rogelio muttered. Another contraction hit, and Emerson gripped the bed rails. Oh, God, it hurts. The nurse came back in. That's it. Everyone out except... She looked around the room. Who's staying? I am, Tanner said. Until we know for sure I'm still legally her husband. I want to stay too, Rogelio said. This isn't a spectator sport, the nurse said firmly. One person only. Tanner should stay, Emerson said. Please. Rogelio looked hurt but nodded. I'll be in the waiting room. Mason and I followed him out. The waiting room was fuller now. Nicole, Jarvis, Stacy and Julio had all arrived. They looked up expectantly when we walked in. How is she? Nicole asked. In labour, Mason said. The baby's coming. And the father situation? Jarvis asked. Still complicated, I said. Rogelio sat down heavily in a chair. This is insane. I had no idea she was married when we started, whatever this was. She told you she was single? Nicole asked. She told me a lot of things, most of them lies, apparently. My phone buzzed. A text from Zariah. Heard through the grapevine that all hell is breaking loose. You okay? I typed back, Emerson's in labour. Both potential fathers are here. It's a mess. Want me to come? No, but thanks. 2 hours later, a doctor emerged from the delivery room. The baby's here. A girl. She's small but healthy. And Emerson? Mason asked. She's fine. Exhausted, but fine. Can we see them? Nicole asked. Family only for now, and we'll need to discuss the paternity testing. Tanner appeared in the doorway, looking shell-shocked. She's beautiful, he said quietly. She's so beautiful. Congratulations, Rogelio said, standing up. Don't, not yet, not until we know. How long for the DNA results? I asked the doctor. 48 hours for the rush processing. And until then? Rogelio asked. Until then, we wait, Tanner said. The next 2 days were the longest of my life. Emerson stayed in the hospital with the baby. Tanner came and went, torn between his love for the child he'd thought was his and his anger at his wife. Rogelio hovered in the background, unsure of his place in any of this. Naomi was released from the hospital but stayed quiet, finally understanding that her attempts to control the situation had only made things worse. On the third day, the results came in. We all gathered in Emerson's room: Tanner, Rogelio, Mason, myself, and Nicole. The baby slept peacefully in Emerson's arms, oblivious to the drama surrounding her birth. The doctor held the envelope. "Are you all ready?" Everyone nodded. "The biological father is—" He paused, looking at the paper. "Rogelio Fleming." The room was silent. Rogelio's face went through a dozen emotions: shock, joy, fear, determination. "She's mine," he whispered. "Yes," the doctor confirmed. Tanner closed his eyes. Okay, that's actually a relief." "Is it?" Emerson asked, tears streaming down her face. "Yeah, because now I can walk away knowing I'm not abandoning my child." "Tanner, please." "No, Emerson, this is where it ends. I'll always care about you, but I can't do this anymore." He kissed the baby's forehead gently. "Be good for your daddy," he whispered. Then he left, and we all knew he wasn't coming back. Rogelio approached the bed slowly. Can I hold her?" Emerson nodded, carefully transferring the baby to his arms. The change in his face was immediate, pure, overwhelming love. "Hi, sweetheart," he said softly. "I'm your daddy." "What happens now?" Mason asked. "Now we figure it out," Rogelio said, not taking his eyes off his daughter. "We figure out custody and support and how to co-parent with someone who lied to me for over a year." "I know you hate me," Emerson said. "I don't hate you, but I don't trust you, and that's going to be a problem." "We'll work it out," she said hopefully. "We'll try, for her sake." Mason put his arm around me. "Ready to go home?" I nodded. As we walked out of the hospital, I felt something I hadn't felt in years: peace. "You know what's funny?" I said as we got in the car. "What?" "Your mother was right about one thing. I am barren." Mason looked confused. "What do you mean?" I smiled and pulled the pregnancy test out of my purse, the one I'd taken that morning, the one that showed 2 pink lines. "I'm barren of patience for lies and manipulation and toxic family dynamics, but apparently I'm not barren of anything else." Mason stared at the test, then at me. "You're pregnant?" 12 weeks. I wanted to be sure before I told anyone. 12 weeks. But that means I was pregnant during the baby shower, when your mother called me barren. I laughed. The irony is pretty perfect, don't you think? Mason pulled me into his arms. "I love you. I'm sorry it took all this chaos for me to remember how to show it." "I love you too, but things are going to be different now." "Different how?" "Different as in I'm done being the family punching bag. Different as in our child comes first, before your mother's feelings or your sister's drama." "I can live with that." "Good, because I'm not the same woman who walked into that baby shower. That woman kept the peace at any cost. This woman?" I gestured to myself. "This woman fights back." "Remind me never to get on your bad side." "Too late, but lucky for you, I'm feeling generous." We drove home in comfortable silence, leaving behind the wreckage of lies and the beginning of something honest, something real. It had taken fire to clear the ground, but maybe now something beautiful could finally grow.
I should have trusted my gut when Brinley burst into my house that Sunday morning, waving her laptop and practically bouncing off the walls with excitement. But sometimes the people closest to you are the ones who know exactly how to wear you down. My name is Paige, and 6 months ago, my sister and mother convinced my husband to invest our life savings in what would become the biggest mistake of our lives. "This is it, Paige!" Brinley had exclaimed, setting up her presentation on our dining room table. "The business opportunity of a lifetime. Dean, you've got to see this too." I watched my husband emerge from the kitchen, coffee in hand, that familiar gleam of curiosity in his eyes. That's when Mom walked in. She didn't even knock anymore, carrying a stack of papers, and wearing that determined expression I'd grown to dread. "I've already reviewed the business plan," Mom announced, settling into a chair. "It's brilliant, simply brilliant." I crossed my arms. "Since when are you a business expert, Mom?" "Don't be difficult, Paige," she replied, shooting me that look that still made me feel like a teenager. "Your sister has worked incredibly hard on this." Brinley clicked through her slides, her voice getting higher with each passing minute. "It's a revolutionary approach to sustainable fashion. We're talking about completely disrupting the industry. The projections show we could triple our investment within the first year." I glanced at Dean, who was leaning forward, completely absorbed. My stomach twisted. "Those numbers seem a little optimistic, don't they?" "God, you're always such a pessimist," Brinley sighed. "This is why you're still stuck in that boring accounting job while I'm out here creating something amazing." "My boring accounting job pays our bills," I shot back. "And from what I can see, these projections aren't based on any real market research." Mom reached across the table and patted my hand. "Honey, sometimes you have to take risks in life. Look how passionate your sister is about this." "Passion doesn't guarantee success," I argued, pulling my hand away. "Dean, please tell me you're not buying this." But Dean was already pulling out his phone, checking our accounts. "The timing could actually work. That inheritance from my dad is just sitting there. That money is for our future." I stood up, my chair scraping against the floor. "For the house we've been saving for, remember?" "This could get us that house faster," Brinley interjected. "Plus so much more. Dean gets it, don't you?" I watched in horror as my husband nodded slowly. "Maybe we should hear her out, Paige. It does sound promising." The next few weeks were a blur of arguments, presentations, and guilt trips. Every time I raised an objection, I was painted as the negative one, the dream killer, the unsupportive sister. Mom would call daily, telling me how selfish I was being, how I was holding Dean back from an amazing opportunity. "Your sister has put everything into this," she'd say. "She needs family support. Remember how you felt when no one believed in you?" The final blow came during a family dinner. Brinley had brought her business partner Ulysses, a smooth-talking consultant who seemed to have an answer for every question I raised. "The contracts are ready to sign," Brinley announced over dessert. "We just need the capital to secure the manufacturing deals." Dean squeezed my hand under the table. "I think we should do it, honey. We can't pass this up." I looked around the table, at my mother's expectant face, my sister's barely contained excitement, and my husband's hopeful eyes. The weight of their combined pressure felt suffocating. "Fine," I whispered, feeling something break inside me. "But when this fails, remember that I warned you." "It won't fail," Brinley declared, raising her wine glass. "To family and future success." Everyone clinked glasses. I remained silent, watching them celebrate what I knew in my heart was a massive mistake. 3 months later, I stood in our empty living room, staring at my phone's banking app. The account that had once held our life savings now showed a balance of $243.17. Dean sat on our only remaining chair, head in his hands, while I listened to Brinley's voicemail for the 10th time. "I'm so sorry," her message said. "The market shifted, unexpected complications. I never meant for this to happen." Mom had stopped taking my calls 2 weeks ago, right around the time Brinley's company filed for bankruptcy. The manufacturing deals had been a sham, the market research non-existent, and our money, along with several other investors, had vanished into a black hole of bad decisions, and what I was beginning to suspect was outright fraud. I looked at Dean, broken and defeated, and felt something hard and cold settle in my chest. They had all pushed us into this, my mother, my sister, even my own husband. They had dismissed my concerns, belittled my caution, and now they had the audacity to disappear when everything fell apart. That's when I made a decision. They thought I was just the negative one, the pessimist, the boring accountant. They were about to learn exactly what this boring accountant could do. The morning after our world collapsed, my phone buzzed with a text from Mom. After weeks of silence, she finally had something to say. "Let's meet for coffee. We need to discuss moving forward." I stared at the message while Dean got ready for work. He'd taken a second job at a warehouse to help us stay afloat. The apartment felt hollow, most of our furniture sold to cover next month's rent. "I'm meeting Mom," I told him as he grabbed his keys. He paused at the door. "Maybe she has a solution." "Like what? Another one of Brinley's brilliant ideas?" The bitterness in my voice made him flinch. "Paige, please. They're still family." "Family doesn't do this to each other," I muttered, but he was already gone. The coffee shop was crowded when I arrived. Mom sat in a corner booth, perfectly put together as always, sipping her usual vanilla latte. She smiled and waved as if we were meeting for a casual catch-up, not in the aftermath of financial devastation. "Honey, you look terrible," she said as I slid into the booth. "Have you been sleeping?" "Not since I had to sell my bed," I replied flatly. She winced. "About that, I've been talking to Brinley. She feels awful about everything." "Where is she?" I demanded. "She won't answer my calls, won't respond to emails. She took our money and disappeared." "She's staying with me," Mom admitted, stirring her coffee. "She's really struggling with this, Paige. The failure has hit her hard." I laughed, a harsh sound that made nearby customers turn their heads. "She's struggling? We lost everything. Everything, Mom. And you're worried about her feelings?" "These things happen in business," Mom said, reaching for my hand. I pulled it away. "Nobody could have predicted—" "I predicted it," I cut in. "I told you all exactly what would happen. But you wouldn't listen because Brinley's dreams were more important than my reality." A familiar voice called out from behind me. "Paige! Oh my God, I thought it was you!" Ava, my best friend from college, appeared at our table. Her smile faded as she read the tension between Mom and me. "I'm sorry, am I interrupting?" "No," I said, standing up. "We're done here." "Paige, please," Mom protested. "We need to figure out how to help Brinley through this." "Help Brinley?" I spun around, my voice rising. "What about helping Dean and me? We're living on ramen while she's hiding out in your guest room." Ava stepped closer, her hand on my arm. "Why don't we go get some air?" Outside, I finally broke down. Ava listened as I spilled everything. The pressure, the betrayal, the crushing weight of watching our savings evaporate while my family circled the wagons around Brinley. "Have you looked into what actually happened to the money?" Ava asked. She worked in corporate law, and I could see her professional interest picking. "They won't tell me anything. Brinley claims it's all gone, but something feels off. The whole thing collapsed too quickly." "Want me to do some digging?" she offered. "I have contacts who specialize in financial fraud investigations." I hesitated. "You think it was fraud?" "I think your sister's either criminally stupid or just criminal," Ava said bluntly. "Either way, you deserve answers." My phone buzzed. Another text from Mom. "Brinley wants to meet. She has a new opportunity she thinks could help you recover your investment." "Unbelievable, I muttered, showing Ava the message. "They really don't get it, do they?" she said, shaking her head. "No, they don't." I straightened up, wiping my eyes. "But maybe it's time they did. Ava, if I wanted to find out exactly what happened to our money, where would I start?" She pulled out her business card and wrote a name on the back. "Start with him. He's a forensic accountant I work with. Tell him I sent you." That evening, Dean found me at our kitchen table, surrounded by papers I'd printed at the library, bank statements, incorporation documents, anything public I could find about Brinley's failed company. "What's all this?" he asked. "Research," I replied, not looking up. "I'm going to find out exactly what our dear sister did with our money." "Paige," he sighed, "maybe we should just move on, start fresh." I finally met his eyes. "You want to just let them get away with this? Let them write it off as a simple business failure while we lose everything? They're your family." "No," I said, turning back to my papers. "Family doesn't steal from you and then hide behind their mother. Family doesn't watch you lose everything and then have the nerve to pitch you another opportunity." I picked up my phone, pulling up the forensic accountant's contact information. They wanted a business person in the family? Well, they're about to get one. The forensic accountant's office smelled like coffee and printer ink. Marcus, the expert Ava had recommended, peered at his computer screen while I sat across from him, watching his expression darken. "Your sister really didn't try to hide her tracks," he muttered, clicking through documents. "It's almost amateur hour." "What do you mean?" He turned the screen toward me. "See these transfers? Large sums moving between accounts, but there's no corresponding product purchases or vendor payments. The money just moves. To where? That's where it gets interesting." He pulled up another window. "A lot of it ended up in personal accounts. Some went to online gambling sites. But the biggest red flag?" He pointed to a series of transactions. "These supposed manufacturing contracts? They're with shell companies, empty storefronts." My hands clenched in my lap. "Are you saying she never intended to manufacture anything?" "I'm saying your sister ran what looks like a classic Ponzi scheme, just not very well." I left Marcus's office with a USB drive full of evidence and a storm brewing in my chest. On my way home, my phone rang. Ulysses, Brinley's former business partner. "Paige, can we meet? There's something you should know." An hour later, I sat across from him at a quiet bar. He looked nervous, fingers drumming on his beer bottle. "I quit last week," he said, "right before everything fell apart. I saw what was coming." "And you didn't warn anyone?" He winced. "I tried telling Brinley she was in over her head, but she kept saying your mom would cover any shortfalls. That family money would keep us afloat." "What family money?" I leaned forward. "Mom's not rich." "That's what I thought. But Brinley had these emails." He pulled out his phone, scrolling through messages. "Here. She was telling investors that your mother was backing the company with her retirement fund." I read the emails, my blood running cold. Mom's name was all over them, listed as a silent partner and financial guarantor. Her signature appeared on documents she couldn't possibly have seen. "Did my mother know about this?" Ulysses shook his head. "I don't think so. Brinley forged a lot of signatures, said it was easier than dealing with paperwork." Back home, I found Dean asleep on our second-hand couch. My laptop glowed in the darkness as I logged into my old work email. I still had access from my accounting days. With trembling fingers, I started searching through archived communications with Brinley's company. At 2 a.m., I found it. Buried in a folder marked vendor contracts was an email chain between Brinley and someone named Jake. They were discussing how to restructure investor payments to cover personal expenses. My own sister had planned to steal from us from the very beginning. I printed everything, hands shaking as I organized the papers into a folder. A text from Mom lit up my phone. "Brinley's ready to explain everything. Family dinner tomorrow night. Please come." I started typing a response, then stopped. Maybe it was time to hear what excuses they'd invented. The next evening, I walked into Mom's house armed with my folder of evidence. The familiar smell of her lasagna filled the air, but my stomach was too knotted to feel hungry. "Paige!" Brinley rushed forward for a hug. I stepped back. "Don't." Mom emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. "Girls, let's all sit down and talk this through like family." "Family?" I pulled out the emails. "Like how you forged Mom's signature to secure investments, Brinley? Is that what family does?" The color drained from her face. "Where did you get those?" Or how about these bank statements showing where our money really went? The casino withdrawals? The transfers to your personal account? Mom snatched the papers from my hand. "What is this?" "Ask your daughter," I said. "Ask her about the shell companies and the forged documents. Ask her why she told investors you were backing her scheme with your retirement fund." "I never..." Mom's voice trailed off as she read. "Brinley," my sister's face crumpled. "I was going to pay it all back. I just needed some startup capital." "Startup capital?" I laughed. "You mean gambling money? Shopping sprees?" "You don't understand the pressure I was under," Brinley shouted. Everyone expected me to be successful, to make something of myself. So you stole from your own family? Mom's voice was barely a whisper. I stood up, dropping the USB drive on the table. Everything's there, every transaction, every forged document, every lie. I'm taking this to the police tomorrow. You can't, Brinley grabbed my arm. Please, Paige, I'm your sister. I pulled away, meeting her desperate eyes. You stopped being my sister the moment you decided to destroy my life for your own gain. As I walked out, I heard Mom starting to cry. But for the first time since this nightmare began, I felt something other than despair. I felt powerful. The police station's fluorescent lights buzzed overhead as Detective Rivera reviewed my evidence. She paused on certain documents, making notes while I sat across from her desk, fighting the urge to fidget. This is thorough, she said finally. Very thorough. But prosecuting family fraud cases can be complicated. She stole from multiple investors, not just us, I pointed out, and I have proof of forgery. True. She tapped her pen against the desk. We'll need more witness statements, starting with this business partner, Ulysses. My phone buzzed. Speaking of the devil, a text from Ulysses. Need to talk. Important. Meet at Carlo's Cafe? An hour later, I found him hunched over a coffee cup, looking even more nervous than before. Brinley called me, he said as I sat down. She knows you're gathering evidence. And? She wants me to sign a statement saying I was the one who handled all the financial decisions. His hands shook as he reached for his coffee. She's threatening to implicate me if I don't. I leaned forward. But you have proof that's not true, right? Some, emails mostly. But Paige, he glanced around the cafe. There's something bigger, something I didn't tell you before. He pulled out his laptop, opening a folder labeled Shadow Accounts. Look at these transactions. They don't just lead to gambling sites and shopping sprees. Some of this money, it went to another company, one I'd never heard of until I started digging. The company name caught my eye, Stellar Ventures, LLC. Wait, I said. I know that name. Mom mentioned it months ago. Said it was an investment group she was considering for her retirement fund. Ulysses nodded. It's registered to someone named Robert Walsh. But look at the address. I stared at the screen. The business address was my mother's house. Mom's involved? My voice cracked. She knew? I don't know for sure, Ulysses said. But these transfers, they're too regular to be coincidence. Someone was siphoning investor money into this company systematically. My phone buzzed again. Dean calling. I ignored it. I need copies of everything, I told Ulysses. And I need you to tell the police what you know. He hesitated. Brinley will come after me. She's going down either way. Question is, do you want to go down with her? Back home, Dean was waiting. His expression told me he knew. Your mother called, he said, crying about how you're trying to destroy the family. The family? I threw my bag down. They destroyed us first. Paige, maybe we should... Don't. I held up my hand. Don't defend them. Not after what I just learned. I showed him the documents from Ulysses. As he read, his face hardened. Your mom's house? But that would mean... She was in on it. Maybe from the beginning. I sank onto our couch. All those times she pushed us to invest when she vouched for Brinley's business plan. My phone buzzed yet again. This time a text from an unknown number. Back off, or everyone learns about the tax fraud at your old accounting firm. I showed Dean. They're trying to blackmail me now. What tax fraud? There wasn't any. I would have known. I stood up, anger replacing my shock. They're getting desperate. Dean grabbed my arm. Paige, be careful. If they're willing to threaten you... I'm done being careful. I pulled away, grabbing my laptop. They want to play dirty? Fine, let's play. I emailed Detective Rivera. Found new evidence. Possible conspiracy involving multiple parties. Can we meet tomorrow? Her response came quickly. Bring everything you have. And Paige, watch your back. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat at our kitchen table, surrounded by papers, connecting dots I should have seen months ago. Mom's sudden interest in Brinley's business, the way she'd pressured us to invest, her convenient disappearance when everything fell apart. A knock at the door made me jump. Through the peephole, I saw Ava. "You need to see this," she said when I let her in. She was carrying a thick file. "I did some digging at work. Stellar Ventures? It's not their first scam. They've done this before, under different names." She spread out documents showing a pattern of failed businesses, lost investments, and shell companies. "Your sister may have been the face of this scheme," Ava said, "but she was just the latest puppet. This goes deeper than family drama, Paige. This is organized fraud." I stared at the evidence of a conspiracy that had used my own family to target me. My mother and sister weren't just betrayers, they were co-conspirators. "Good," I said, adding Ava's documents to my growing pile. "The bigger they are, the harder they fall." Detective Rivera spread the new evidence across her desk, her expression growing grimmer with each document. "This is bigger than we thought. We're looking at organized fraud across multiple states." "What do you need from me?" I asked. "We need someone on the inside." She leaned forward. "Your sister's hosting a business meeting tomorrow night. Apparently, she's already looking for new investors." My jaw dropped. "She's trying to do it again?" "With your mother's help." The detective slid a small device across the desk. "This is a recording pen, completely legal in this state. We need you to attend that meeting. They'll never let me in. They know I'm investigating them. Actually," she handed me a printed email, "your mother specifically requested your presence, says she wants to make amends." I read the email, my heart pounding. The meeting was at an upscale restaurant downtown, the kind of place Brinley always chose to impress potential marks. "Won't they suspect something?" "They're expecting you to come angry, demanding answers. Give them what they expect." Detective Rivera's eyes met mine. "Just keep the pen in your jacket pocket. Let them talk." That evening, I met Ava at her apartment to prepare. She helped me choose an outfit that would conceal the recording pen while still looking business appropriate. "Remember," she said, adjusting my blazer, "they'll try to provoke you. Stay calm. Let them incriminate themselves." "What if they search me?" "They won't." She squeezed my shoulders. "They're too arrogant. They think they can talk you down, maybe even rope you into their next scheme." My phone buzzed, a text from Mom. "Please come tonight, honey. We can fix this as a family." Ava read it over my shoulder. "They're still playing the family card." "It won't work this time." I checked the recording pen one last time. I'm done protecting people who never protected me. The restaurant was packed when I arrived. Through the window, I could see Brinley holding court at a large table, gesturing animatedly to a group of well-dressed strangers. Mom sat beside her, nodding and smiling at all the right moments. "Paige!" Brinley's voice was too bright when I approached. "Everyone, this is my sister I was telling you about." The potential investors smiled politely. There were 5 of them, all looking eager and unsuspecting, just like Dean and I had been. "Sorry I'm late," I said, taking the empty seat next to Mom. "Traffic was terrible." "We were just discussing the exciting opportunities in sustainable fashion," Brinley continued smoothly, "learning from past ventures to create something truly revolutionary." "Past ventures?" I couldn't help myself. "You mean past failures?" Mom's hand gripped my arm under the table. "Paige, please. We're here to move forward." One of the investors, a woman in her 40s, leaned forward. "I'd love to hear your perspective, Paige. Your sister mentioned you have financial experience?" "I do." I felt the recording pen press against my chest. "In fact, I have quite a bit of experience with my sister's business practices." Brinley's smile tightened. "Perhaps we should discuss the new proposal first." "No, let's discuss experience." I pulled out my phone, pulling up the banking app showing our empty account. Let me show you exactly what investing with my sister looks like. This isn't the time, Mom hissed. When is the time? I turned to the investors. Before or after she transfers your money to Stellar Ventures? The room went silent. Mom's face went white. What's Stellar Ventures? One of the investors asked. Why don't you ask my mother? I suggested. It's registered to her address after all. Brinley stood up abruptly. I think we need a family moment. If you'll excuse us. Sit down, I said quietly. Unless you want me to start showing everyone the proof of your forged documents. The investors were looking increasingly uncomfortable. The woman who had asked about my experience was already gathering her things. Perhaps we should reschedule, she said. No, wait! Brinley's composure cracked. This is just a family disagreement. My sister is bitter about some past investments that didn't pan out. Didn't pan out? I laughed. Is that what we're calling fraud now? Mom grabbed my arm again, harder this time. Stop this right now. I stood up, shaking her off. No, Mom, you stop. Stop lying to these people. Stop helping her steal their money. Just stop. The investors were all standing now, muttering excuses as they backed away from the table. Brinley watched them go, her face twisted with rage. You've ruined everything, she snarled. I touched the recording pen in my pocket, feeling stronger by the second. No, you did that all on your own. I'm just making sure you can't do it to anyone else. As I walked out of the restaurant, I heard Mom calling after me, but her voice was drowned out by the sound of my own heart beating steady and sure, knowing that tomorrow, Detective Rivera would have everything she needed to bring them all down. The recording from the restaurant played through Detective Rivera's office speakers, every damning word crystal clear. Mom's voice crackled through the device. The investment is completely secure. I personally guarantee it. That's explicit fraud, Rivera said, stopping the playback. Combined with the paper trail, we have enough for arrests. When? I asked. Today. We're moving now, before they can destroy more evidence. She stood up. Want to watch? I met Ava outside Mom's house an hour later. Police cars lined the street, lights flashing. Neighbors peered from behind curtains as officers led my mother out in handcuffs. I did this for you, Mom shouted when she saw me. Everything was for this family. Taking our life savings was for family? I called back. Stealing from innocent people was for family? Brinley emerged next, mascara streaking her face. Paige, please, tell them this is a mistake. The only mistake was trusting you. Officers were carrying out boxes of documents, computers, and hard drives. Detective Rivera approached us, holding up a familiar-looking laptop. Found this hidden in the crawl space, she said, along with about $50,000 in cash. Ava squeezed my arm. That's more than enough for criminal charges. A black SUV pulled up, and a man in an expensive suit jumped out, running toward the house. I recognized him from Ava's files, Robert Walsh, the name behind Stellar Ventures. Nobody say anything, he shouted. I'm their lawyer. Little late for that, Detective Rivera said, holding up my recording pen. We've got everything we need right here. Walsh's face darkened as he spotted me. You're the sister. He stepped closer, voice dropping. You have no idea what you've done. Step back, sir, an officer warned, moving between us. Inside the house, more evidence emerged. Officers found a hidden safe containing forged documents, fake IDs, and records of previous scams. Mom and Brinley had been running variations of this scheme for years, targeting family members of their marks to add pressure and legitimacy. I can't believe how deep this goes, Ava muttered, watching another box of evidence being carried out. My phone rang. Dean. Are you watching the news? He asked when I answered. I'm watching it live, I replied. They just arrested them. A pause. How are you holding up? I don't know yet. I watched as Mom and Brinley were placed in separate police cars. But I know I did the right thing. Mrs. Gray! A reporter had broken through the police line, microphone extended. How does it feel to expose your own family's criminal enterprise? Before I could respond, Ulysses' car screeched to a halt at the curb. He jumped out, waving a USB drive. "Detective!" he called out. "I found more. Email servers, offshore accounts, everything." Walsh spun toward him. "You little rat." "Sir, step back or you're next," Rivera warned, taking the drive from Ulysses. Brinley pressed her face against the police car window. "Ulysses, you promised! We had a deal!" "The deal's off," he shot back. "I'm not going down for this." More reporters arrived, cameras flashing. Mom stared straight ahead, her perfect makeup now streaked with tears. Brinley alternated between sobbing and shouting threats at anyone who would listen. Detective Rivera turned to me. "We'll need you to come down to the station, make a formal statement." "I'll come with you," Ava offered. "Actually," Rivera said, "we need to talk to you too. Your law firm's records show some interesting connections to Stellar Ventures." Ava smiled grimly. "I was hoping you'd find those. I've got a whole file ready for you." As the police cars pulled away, Walsh stormed up to me one last time. "You think this is over? This goes higher than you know. People will come after you for this." "Let them come," I replied, loud enough for nearby reporters to hear. "I've got nothing left to lose, remember? Your clients made sure of that." He paled as cameras swung in his direction. "Sir," a reporter approached, "can you comment on your connection to Stellar Ventures?" Walsh fled to his SUV, leaving me standing in front of my childhood home, watching years of lies and manipulation crumble in the harsh light of truth. Dean arrived just as the last police car pulled away. He wrapped his arms around me as reporters shouted questions in the background. "What now?" he asked softly. I watched Walsh's SUV speed away, thinking of all the evidence still being uncovered, all the people who had been hurt by their schemes. Now? I turned to face the cameras, ready to tell the whole story. Now we make sure everyone knows exactly what happened here. No more secrets, no more lies, and no more family loyalty? Dean asked. "Family loyalty has to be earned," I replied. "They lost that right long ago." The courthouse buzzed with tension as I took the witness stand. 3 months had passed since the arrests, and now I faced my family across the courtroom. Mom sat rigid in her designer suit, while Brinley dabbed at her eyes with a tissue, always the performer. "Please state your relationship to the defendants," the prosecutor said. "Daria Welch is my mother. Brinley Welch is my sister. And could you describe how they defrauded you and your husband?" I walked through everything, the pressure, the manipulation, the lies. With each detail, I watched Mom's facade crack further. Brinley had abandoned her tears, glaring at me with naked hatred. "You testified that your mother knew about the fraudulent nature of these investments from the beginning," the prosecutor continued. "How can you be certain?" "Because she told me herself." I pulled out my phone, playing the recording from that final confrontation at the restaurant. Mom's voice filled the courtroom. "The money's gone, Paige. It was gone before you invested. That's how these things work." Their lawyer jumped up. "Objection. This recording was obtained legally," the judge interrupted. "Overruled." During the cross-examination, their lawyer tried to paint me as a vindictive daughter, jealous of my sister's success. "Isn't it true that you always resented Brinley's entrepreneurial spirit?" "I resented being stolen from," I replied. "There's a difference between entrepreneurship and fraud." "And you never considered that this might destroy your family?" "They destroyed our family when they stole our life savings." I looked directly at Mom. "When they chose money over their own daughter." The evidence mounted throughout the day. Ulysses testified about the shell companies. Ava presented documentation showing the broader conspiracy. Other victims came forward, families torn apart by similar schemes. During a break, Dean found me in the hallway. "You're doing great," he said, pulling me close. "I feel sick," I admitted. "I keep seeing Mom's face when they played that recording. Remember what she did to us." He pulled back, meeting my eyes. Remember eating ramen for months while she helped Brinley plan their next scam. Back in the courtroom, Robert Walsh took the stand. He'd cut a deal, agreeing to testify against my family in exchange for a lighter sentence. Ms. Welch and her daughter were instrumental in our operation, he explained. They had a particular talent for manipulating family connections. How so? The prosecutor asked. Family members trust each other. When someone's mother vouches for an investment, they're more likely to ignore red flags. He gestured toward Mom. Daria was especially effective. She could convince anyone that these schemes were legitimate family businesses. Mom finally cracked. You promised we'd be protected, she shouted at Walsh. You said they'd never trace it back to us. The judge banged his gavel as the courtroom erupted. During closing arguments, the prosecutor displayed our empty bank statements alongside photos of Brinley's luxury purchases, designer bags, expensive cars, vacation homes. This wasn't just fraud, she concluded. This was a systematic betrayal of trust perpetrated by people who were supposed to protect their loved ones. The jury took less than 2 hours to reach a verdict. On the charge of conspiracy to commit fraud, how do you find? Guilty. On the charge of money laundering? Guilty. The charges continued. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Mom slumped in her chair. Brinley began to sob, real tears this time. When the judge asked if they had anything to say before sentencing, Mom stood up. Everything I did was for my daughters, she began. I only wanted... No. I stood up in the gallery. Don't you dare make this about us. This was about greed. Your greed. Brinley's greed. Order, the judge commanded. The sentences came down hard. 8 years for Mom, 12 for Brinley. Massive fines, asset forfeiture. As they were led away, Brinley turned to me one last time. I hope you're happy now. You've ruined everything. You ruined it, I called back. I just exposed the truth. Outside the courthouse, reporters swarmed us. How does it feel to send your family to prison? I faced the cameras, holding Dean's hand. They stopped being family the moment they decided to steal from us. Real family protects each other. Real family doesn't destroy lives for profit. Later that night, alone in our apartment, Dean found me staring at an old family photo. Having regrets? He asked softly. No. I turned the frame face down, just mourning the family I thought I had. We'll build a better one, he promised, one based on trust and honesty. I nodded, thinking of all the other families out there, potentially targeted by similar schemes. The detective called, I said. They want me to help with other cases like this, share our story, help other victims come forward. Dean smiled. From victim to advocate? Something like that. I squared my shoulders. They thought I was weak. Now they know better. The conference room fell silent as I finished speaking. Hundreds of faces looked back at me, many streaked with tears, others nodding in recognition of their own stories and mine. Thank you, Paige, the moderator said, stepping up to the podium. Does anyone have questions for our keynote speaker? Dozens of hands shot up. A woman in the front row stood, her voice shaking. How did you find the strength to turn them in? I suspect my brother is doing something similar, but I can't. The strength comes from realizing that protecting them means enabling them, I replied. Every person who stays silent becomes part of the fraud. After the conference, Ava met me in the lobby. That was powerful. How many victims have come forward since you started speaking? 43 families so far. I checked my phone. A text from Dean. Great news. Call me. Excuse me? A man approached, extending his hand. I'm Marcus from the FBI's Financial Crimes Unit. We've been following your advocacy work. Oh? I shook his hand, noting his serious expression. Your case helped us crack open a nationwide network of family-based investment fraud. We'd like to offer you a position as a civilian consultant. Before I could respond, my phone buzzed again. This time, an unknown number. Hello? Paige? The voice was familiar yet different, smaller. "It's Mom." My hand tightened on the phone. "What do you want?" "I've been doing a lot of thinking in here." She paused. "You were right about everything." "Is this another manipulation?" "No," she sighed. "I'm in therapy now, real therapy. I see what we did to you, to everyone. I'm not asking for forgiveness." "Good," I cut in, "because you're not getting it." "I know, Another pause. "I wanted you to know you were right to stop us. We deserved this." I ended the call, turning back to Marcus. "About that consultant position, what exactly would it involve?" "Working with victims, helping us identify patterns, testifying in cases." He smiled. "You've become quite the expert in family fraud dynamics." "She has," Ava agreed. "You should see her support group. Hundreds of members now." My phone buzzed one more time. Dean again. I excused myself to call him back. "Remember that house we wanted, Chat?" he said without preamble. "The one we lost our savings over?" "Dean, it's back on the market. And guess what? The asset forfeiture from your mom and sister's case? Our restitution just came through." I sat down hard in a nearby chair. "How much?" "Enough for a down payment, plus some left over to really make it ours." Tears pricked my eyes. "The house we thought we lost forever." "Poetic justice, Cholmo," he said. "Want to go see it?" "Yes, but..." I looked at Marcus, still waiting patiently. "I need to finish something here first." I walked back to them, head high. "I'll take the position on one condition. I want to expand the victim support program. People need to know they're not alone in this." Marcus nodded. "Already in the budget. When can you start?" "Right now." I turned to Ava. "Want to help me draft a new presentation? Something about turning victims into advocates?" "Always." She grinned. "But first, don't you have a house to go look at?" An hour later, I stood in front of the colonial-style home we'd dreamed of, holding Dean's hand. The realtor unlocked the door, revealing hardwood floors and sun-filled rooms. "It's perfect," Dean whispered. "It's more than perfect." I squeezed his hand. "It's justice." My phone chimed. An email from the support group moderator. 10 new members today. Your speech inspired them to come forward." "You know what the best revenge is?" I asked Dean as we walked through our future home. "What's that?" "Building something good from something bad, taking their destruction and turning it into construction." He pulled me close. "Speaking of construction, that spare room would make a great office for your consulting work." "Or a nursery," I said quietly. He pulled back, eyes wide. "Are you—" "Not yet," I smiled. "But maybe it's time to start our own family. Show them how it's really done." The realtor appeared with papers. "Ready to make an offer?" I looked around the room. That would be ours, bought with the money recovered from those who tried to destroy us. Through the window I could see a garden, empty now, but full of potential. "Yes," I said firmly, "we're ready." Dean signed first, then handed me the pen. As I wrote my name, I thought about family, not the one that betrayed me, but the one I would build, one founded on truth, trust, and justice. The realtor beamed. "Congratulations. Welcome home." Home, not just a house, but a symbol of everything we'd fought for, everything we'd won back. I took Dean's hand, stepping into our future. "Let's get started."
The thing about revenge is that it tastes better when served with a smile. That's what I kept telling myself as I sat at the head of the table in LeBlanc, surrounded by the people I thought I could trust most in the world. My name is Andrea, and this was supposed to be my 36th birthday dinner. The crystal glasses caught the light just so, making the expensive champagne sparkle like tiny stars. My husband René's hand rested possessively on my shoulder as he raised his glass. "To my beautiful wife," he said, his voice carrying that hint of charm that once made me weak in the knees. "Happy birthday, darling." My sister Rose shifted in her seat, her perfectly manicured fingers fidgeting with her water glass. She hadn't touched her champagne, which should have been my first clue if I hadn't already known what was coming. Actually, Rose interrupted, just as everyone was about to drink, I have an announcement to make. My mother Linda beamed, already knowing. Of course she knew. She always knew everything about Rose first. I'm pregnant! Rose's voice rang out across the private dining room. The silence that followed lasted exactly 2 seconds before she added the punchline. And Renee's the father. I felt Renee's hand tighten on my shoulder. Not in guilt, but in preparation for my reaction. They all expected hysteria, tears, maybe even a scene. The restaurant staff hovered nervously at the edges of the room. I took a slow sip of my champagne. That's interesting, I said, my voice steady. Very interesting indeed. Andrea, my mother started, her tone already taking that scolding edge she'd perfected over the years. Don't make a scene, I smiled, reaching for my purse. Oh, I wouldn't dream of it, Mother. In fact, I have my own announcement to make. I pulled out a cream-colored envelope. You see, I've been wondering why Renee and I couldn't conceive for the past 3 years. Rose's triumphant smile faltered slightly. Renee's hand left my shoulder. Andrea, this isn't the time, he said quietly, warning in his voice. Actually, it's the perfect time. I unfolded the medical report with careful precision, because according to Dr. Matthews at the fertility clinic, my dear husband has what they call a zoospermia, 0 sperm count. I looked directly at Rose. In layman's terms, he's completely infertile. The sound of Mary's fork clattering against her plate echoed through the room. Rose's face drained of color so quickly I thought she might faint. That's impossible, she stammered. The test must be wrong. That's what I thought too, I said, pulling out a second envelope. So I had him tested again. Different clinic, different doctor. Same result. I smiled at Renee, who had gone completely still beside me. Would you like to see the dates, darling? Both tests were from last month. You had me tested without my knowledge? Renee's voice shook with anger. Oh, like you've been so honest with me? I turned to face him fully. 3 years of trying. 3 years of you telling me maybe I was the problem. 3 years of watching you comfort my sister through her visits while I cried myself to sleep. Linda stood up abruptly. This is absolutely inappropriate. No, Mother. What's inappropriate is your precious Rose fucking my husband and then trying to pass off someone else's baby as his. I stood up, gathering my purse. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to walk out of here with my dignity intact. And you two? I looked between Rose and Renee. Can figure out how to explain to everyone why you lied. That test. Renee grabbed my arm as I turned to leave. It was wrong, wasn't it? I leaned in close enough to smell his cologne. The same cologne I'd smelled on Rose's jacket last month. Oh no, darling. I double-checked. Twice. I pulled my arm free. And I have so much more proof where that came from. As I walked toward the door, Rose's voice cracked behind me. Andrea, wait. I can explain. I paused at the doorway, turning back one last time. Save your explanation for your baby's real father, Rose. I'm sure he'd love to hear it. The last thing I saw as I left was Mary pulling out her phone, no doubt already dialing everyone in her considerable social network. By morning, everyone would know, and that was exactly what I wanted. Because revenge isn't just about exposing lies. It's about watching them scramble to piece together a truth they can't possibly explain. And I was just getting started. 6 weeks earlier, I was sitting in my home office when the first real evidence landed in my lap. Not the subtle signs I'd been ignoring, the lingering hugs, the inside jokes, the way Rose's visits always coincided with Renee's work-from-home days. No, this was an actual email, accidentally left open on our shared iPad. We need to be more careful, Rose had written. A is getting suspicious. I stared at those words, until they burned into my retinas. A, not Andrea, not sister, just A, like I was some obstacle to be managed. The next morning I called Angela. "I need you to meet me for coffee," I said, "and I need you to not ask questions until we're face to face." 20 minutes later, we sat in a corner booth at Cafe Luna, away from prying ears. "Show me again," Angela said, squinting at the email on my phone. This could mean anything, right? Look at the timestamp, 11:47 p.m. Why is my sister emailing my husband at midnight? Angela's face hardened. "What are you going to do?" "First, I'm going to visit Dr. Matthews." I stirred my untouched coffee. Remember how Renee insisted on handling all the fertility appointments? How he always came back with vague explanations about keeping trying? You think he was lying about the results? I think I'm done letting other people tell me what's true. Dr. Matthews' office was exactly as I remembered. Sterile, professional, with that faint smell of antiseptic that all medical offices share. The receptionist recognized me immediately. "Mrs. Jensen, we haven't seen you in months." "I need copies of all our test results," I said. "Everything you have on file for both me and my husband." She hesitated. "Usually, Mr. Jensen handles all the paperwork. I'm aware. But as his wife and patient, I have a legal right to access our medical records." I smiled, channeling Rose's sweet manipulation tactics. "Unless there's some reason I shouldn't see them?" 15 minutes later, I sat in my car, hands shaking as I read through the files. My results were normal. Had always been normal. But Renee's, there were no results. No tests. Nothing. "He never took them," I told Angela later that day. 3 years of trying, and he never once got tested. "That bastard," Angela whispered. "But why?" "Control," I said simply. As long as we were trying, he had an excuse for everything. My depression? Just hormone treatments. My suspicions? Baby stress. My isolation? Doctor's orders to avoid stress. I pulled out my planner, the one Renee always teased me about keeping instead of using my phone. So I made an appointment. Told him it was a romantic dinner. Had him drink champagne laced with sleeping pills. Angela's eyes widened. "Andrea, don't worry. Perfectly safe dose. Just enough to make him sleep deeply while the clinic ran their tests." That's when I got the first results. And the second test? Same method, different clinic. I needed to be sure. I closed my planner. But that's not even the interesting part. Last week, I saw Rose at the same fertility clinic. She was leaving just as I arrived for the second test results. Angela leaned forward. "You think she's actually pregnant?" "Oh, I know she is. She's been avoiding wine at family dinners, making excuses about antibiotics." I pulled out my phone, showing Angela a series of photos. "She's also been meeting someone, not Renee." The photos showed Rose outside a cafe, then getting into a car. The driver's face was clear in one shot. A handsome man with dark hair. "His name is Ricky," I said. "Her ex from college. I found him on social media. They've been liking each other's posts for months. So the baby might not be Renee's at all. She's probably using their affair to trap him, make him leave me." I laughed, but there was no humor in it. The irony is, she doesn't know he can't father children. He's been lying to her too. Angela reached across the table, squeezing my hand. "What's your plan?" I pulled out an invitation, cream-colored, elegant. "My birthday dinner. I'm going to let them make their grand announcement. Let them think they've won." My voice was steady, cold. "And then I'm going to destroy everything they thought they knew." "Andrea," Angela said softly, "this isn't just revenge. This is nuclear." I met her eyes. "They didn't just betray me, Angela. They made me doubt my sanity, my worth, my ability to be a mother." I tucked the invitation back into my bag. I don't just want revenge. I want implications, destruction, accountability. And after? After? I smiled, thinking of the apartment I'd already leased, the lawyer I'd contacted, the evidence I'd gathered. After, I'm going to build a life so good they'll choke on the ashes of what they lost. The restaurant erupted into chaos after I left. Through the glass doors, I heard Rose's shrill voice. She's lying. She has to be lying. I made it halfway to my car before Mary caught up with me, her heels clicking rapidly on the pavement. Andrea, wait. She grabbed my elbow, her voice low. I always thought something was off about Rose. The way she'd hang around Renee's office parties, always touching his arm, laughing too loud at his jokes. You knew? I suspected, but I didn't want to see it. Mary glanced back at the restaurant. What are you going to do now? Now? I'm going home to pack a bag. When I pulled into our driveway, Renee's car was already there. I found him pacing in the kitchen, phone in hand. Where have you been? I've called you 6 times. I walked past him to the bedroom, pulling out the suitcase I'd hidden in the back of my closet weeks ago. Andrea, stop. We need to talk about this. He followed me, hovering in the doorway. That test. There must be some mistake. We can get another opinion. 3 years, I said, not looking at him as I packed. 3 years of watching me blame myself. Take medications. Go to therapy. All while you were fucking my sister. It wasn't like that. Then what was it like? I finally turned to face him. Explain it to me, Renee. Explain how you could watch me cry every month when my period came, knowing you couldn't get me pregnant even if you wanted to. His phone buzzed. Rose's face flashed on the screen. You should answer that, I said, zipping up my suitcase. Sounds like your girlfriend needs you. Where are you going? Away from you. My phone vibrated as I drove. Rose had sent a series of messages. We need to stick to our story. She's bluffing. Answer me. You're ruining everything. I turned off my phone and drove to Angela's house. She was waiting on her porch with a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. Mary called, she said as I sat down. Apparently Rose had a complete meltdown after you left. Started screaming about how you've always been jealous of her. I took a long sip of wine. Remember 2 months ago when I said I saw Rose at the fertility clinic? Yeah, I did more than just see her. I pulled out my phone and opened a photo. I followed her inside. The image showed Rose talking to a nurse, her hand resting on her still flat stomach. She was there for a prenatal appointment, I said. But get this, she used her old insurance card, the one from when she was still with Ricky. Angela's eyes widened. Her ex? The same ex she's been secretly meeting for coffee. I showed her another photo, Rose and Ricky outside a cafe, his hand on her lower back. I found his profile. He's been posting cryptic messages about second chances and unexpected blessings. Holy shit. Angela grabbed her laptop. Let me look him up. While she typed, my phone lit up with a text from Mary. Renee's telling everyone you're having a mental breakdown. Rose is backing him up. Found him. Angela turned the screen toward me. Look at his social media. There it was, a hidden folder on Ricky's profile. Photos of him and Rose from various dates over the past few months, carefully untagged, but not deleted. The timestamps, Angela pointed out. These are from right around when she would have gotten pregnant. My phone buzzed again. This time it was my mother. Andrea, she said when I answered, her voice tight with anger. What you did tonight was unforgivable. What I did? What about what Rose did? She's your sister, and now she's carrying your husband's child. I cut her off with a laugh. No, Mother. She's carrying someone else's child and trying to pass it off as Renee's. But don't worry. I'm sure that won't affect her status as your perfect daughter. You've always been jealous of her. No, I said quietly. I've always been your scapegoat. But not anymore. I hung up as Angela discovered something else. A comment Ricky had left on one of Rose's photos from a holiday party 4 months ago. Best night of my life. Andrea, Angela said slowly. You need to talk to him. I nodded, already composing an email. Oh, I plan to. But first, I need to make a few calls. Starting with Renee's company. What are you going to tell them? I smiled, thinking of the financial documents I'd discovered while searching for evidence of the affair. The truth. That their VP of Finance has been falsifying reports. And that's just the beginning. Because revenge isn't just about exposing lies. It's about pulling every thread until the whole tapestry unravels. I met Ricky at a quiet coffee shop downtown, far from my usual haunts. He was already there when I arrived, fidgeting with a paper cup, looking exactly like his photos. Handsome in that boy-next-door way that Rose had always preferred. Thanks for meeting me, I said, sliding into the seat across from him. I'm Andrea. Rose's sister. He wouldn't meet my eyes. Look, I'm not sure what this is about. I think you know exactly what this is about. I placed my phone on the table, screen up, showing a photo of him and Rose outside the fertility clinic. 4 months ago. Holiday party at the Grand? Ring any bells? His face paled. She said she was single. Of course she did. I took a sip of my coffee. She's pregnant, Ricky, and she's trying to pass it off as my husband's baby. He knocked over his cup, coffee spilling across the table. She's what? Pregnant. About 4 months along, I'd say. Interesting timing, wouldn't you agree? Ricky grabbed napkins, mopping up the spill with shaking hands. We used protection. She said she was on birth control. Rose has always been creative with the truth. I pulled out a document. I need you to sign this. What is it? Consent for a paternity test. Just in case. He stared at the paper for a long moment. If I sign this, Rose will know I talked to you. Rose is already going to lose everything, I said quietly. The question is, do you want to know the truth? He signed. Meanwhile, across town, Renee's carefully constructed world was crumbling. His assistant forwarded me an email chain. His colleagues were avoiding him. His boss was reconsidering his position. And the board had called an emergency meeting. I'd sent them an anonymous tip about the falsified reports, along with copies of his fertility tests and a carefully worded suggestion about trustworthiness. My phone buzzed with a text from Angela. Rose just showed up at your mom's house. Full waterworks. I drove there, parking across the street. Through the living room window, I could see Rose sobbing on the couch, my mother patting her hand. The perfect victim, as always. I walked in without knocking. How dare you? Rose sprang up, mascara streaking her cheeks. You're trying to ruin my life. You ruined your own life, I said calmly. I'm just exposing the truth. Truth? My mother stood up. The truth is, you're trying to hurt your sister because you couldn't keep your husband happy. Really, Mother? That's your take? That I somehow forced Rose to sleep with my husband? You were always so cold, Linda spat. So focused on your career. What did you expect? I laughed, the sound sharp and bitter. I expected my sister not to be a whore. I expected my husband not to be a liar. I expected my mother to have a spine. Get out, Rose screamed. Get out of my house. Your house? I raised an eyebrow. You mean the house Renee bought for Mom using money he embezzled from his company? That house. The color drained from both their faces. What are you talking about? Linda whispered. Oh, you didn't know. Renee's been cooking the books for years, using company money to fund his little projects, including this house. I smiled. The board is meeting right now to discuss it. My phone pinged. An email from the testing facility. Paternity result. Match confirmed. Ricky Bowen. Perfect timing, I said, opening the attachment. Would you like to know who really got you pregnant, Rose? She lunged for my phone, but I held it out of reach. Don't worry. Everyone will know soon enough. I'm sure Ricky will be thrilled to hear he's going to be a father. You bitch! Rose swung at me, but I stepped back. You're lying. Like you lied about the baby being Renee's? Like you lied about being on birth control with Ricky? Like you've been lying your entire life? Linda grabbed my arm. Stop this. Stop it right now. I pulled free. No, Mother. I'm done stopping. I'm done being quiet. I'm done watching Rose destroy everything she touches while you clean up her messes. I'll deny it, Rose said, her voice shaking. No one will believe you. They already do. I headed for the door, pausing in the doorway. By the way, Renee's company just called. They're freezing all his assets, including this house. You might want to start packing. As I walked to my car, I could hear Rose's screams through the open window. But for the first time in my life, they didn't make me feel guilty. They made me feel free. The family brunch was my idea. I sent out a group text suggesting we all meet to talk things through civilly. Angela thought I was crazy, but she didn't see my smile when everyone agreed. I chose the country club, neutral territory with plenty of witnesses. More importantly, it had an excellent audiovisual system for presentations. Rose arrived first, wearing a flowing dress that highlighted her small baby bump. She'd clearly been crying, but her chin was lifted in defiance. I'm only here because Mom insisted, she said, sliding into her seat. Of course you are. I smiled, watching the others file in. My mother, Mary, Renee, even a few extended family members who'd heard about the drama. Andrea, Renee started, can we talk privately first? Oh no, darling. Everything I have to say, I'll say in front of everyone. Once everyone was seated, I stood up, smoothing my dress. I want to apologize for my behavior at my birthday dinner. Rose's face lit up with vindication. My mother nodded approvingly. I shouldn't have exposed your lies so abruptly, I continued. I should have been more thorough. Before anyone could respond, I pulled out a remote and clicked it. The club's large TV screen flickered to life. What is this? Rose demanded. This, I said, is the paternity test results I received yesterday. The document appeared on screen, highlighting the match between Ricky and Rose's unborn child. Congratulations, sister. Ricky's going to be a daddy. The room erupted. Rose jumped up, knocking over her water glass. You can't do this. I already did. I clicked again. Photos of Rose and Ricky appeared. Their secret meetings, the fertility clinic visits, the holiday party. You remember Ricky, don't you, Renee? Rose's ex who she was sleeping with while trying to trap you? Renee stood up so fast his chair fell backward. You told me he was out of the picture. She tells everyone what they want to hear, I said calmly. Just like you told me I was the reason we couldn't have children. Andrea, stop this immediately. My mother's voice shook with rage. Why? Because it's embarrassing? Because it ruins your perfect image of your perfect daughter? I clicked again. Bank statements appeared on screen. Speaking of ruined images, let's talk about how Renee paid for your house, Mother. Linda went pale. What? Company funds, I explained. Embezzled, of course, along with the money he's been funneling to Rose for her pregnancy needs. Though I suppose sleeping with two men at once can get expensive. Rose lunged at me, but Mary caught her arm. Don't, Mary warned. You've done enough damage. Me? Rose screamed. She's the one destroying everything. No, Rose. You destroyed everything the moment you thought you could take what was mine. I turned to Renee. By the way, your company's legal team wants to meet with me tomorrow. Something about being a material witness? Renee sank into his chair, head in his hands. His carefully constructed world was crashing down around him. You've lost your mind, my mother said, but her voice wavered. Actually, I finally found it. I clicked one last time. A video began playing. Rose and Renee in his office, planning how to tell me about the pregnancy. Planning how to break me. How did you get that? Renee demanded. You really should change your email password, darling. And check your office for recording devices. I gathered my purse. Oh, and Rose? Ricky's lawyer will be contacting you. Something about fraud and emotional damages. I'll deny everything, she hissed. With what proof? The paternity test is legally binding. The financial records are clear. The video speaks for itself. I smiled. But please, try to deny it. I'm sure the media would love to hear your side. The media? Rose's voice cracked. Did I forget to mention? Mary's been live streaming this whole conversation to her social media. Say hi to your followers, Rose. Mary held up her phone, still recording. Rose's face crumpled as she saw the comments flooding in. You thought you loved center stage, I said softly. How's the spotlight feeling now? My phone buzzed. Renee's company calling again. I answered on speaker. Mrs. Jensen, this is Howard from legal. We need to discuss some irregularities in your husband's financial documentation. Of course, I said, watching Renee's face drain of color. I'll bring everything I have to our meeting tomorrow. I hung up and faced my shattered family one last time. I'd love to stay and chat, but I have a meeting with my lawyer. Divorce papers don't file themselves. As I walked out, I heard Rose collapse into sobs, my mother's frantic attempts to comfort her, and Mary's quiet voice still narrating to her followers. But I didn't look back. I didn't need to. The truth was finally out, and it was more devastating than any lie they could have told. My mother showed up at my temporary apartment the next day, uninvited and unannounced. She looked older than I'd ever seen her, the weight of scandal aging her overnight. We need to talk about what you've done, she said, pushing past me into the living room. What I've done? I closed the door quietly. Not what Rose did? Not what Renee did? I always feared you'd inherit your father's coldness. She sat down, smoothing her skirt with trembling hands. This calculated revenge, it's exactly what he would have done. Don't you dare compare me to him. I remained standing. He abandoned us. I'm protecting myself. By destroying your sister's life, your husband's career, they destroyed themselves. I just exposed the truth. My phone buzzed. Angela texting that she'd found something else. Before I could read it, my mother spoke again. Rose is devastated. She can barely eat, barely sleep. Like I did for 3 years? I cut her off. While she was sleeping with my husband? While you were helping her hide it? Linda's face went white. I never... Save it. Mary told me everything. The girls' lunches where you helped Rose plan how to tell me. The money you helped her hide. I pulled out my phone, showing her the transfer records. Did you think I wouldn't find out? I was trying to protect the family. No, you were protecting Rose. Like always. I sat across from her. Tell me something, Mother. When did you stop loving me? Don't be dramatic. Was it when Dad left? When I refused to play the perfect daughter role? Or was it when I started succeeding without your help? The silence stretched between us until Angela burst through the door, waving papers. Andrea, you need to see this. Oh. She stopped short at the sight of my mother. Sorry. I didn't know. It's fine, I said. What did you find? Angela glanced at Linda before continuing. Renee took out a loan in your name. $50,000. Transferred to Rose's account 3 months ago. My mother's sharp intake of breath confirmed what I'd suspected. You knew about this too, didn't you? Rose needed help, Linda whispered. The fertility treatments, the prenatal care, the fertility treatments she didn't need because she was already pregnant by someone else. I laughed bitterly. Or the prenatal care she charged to Ricky's insurance. Angela handed me the loan documents. There's more. The bank is investigating fraud. They've frozen all joint accounts. Good. I turned to my mother. You should probably warn Rose. Her credit cards might stop working soon. Linda stood up, swaying slightly. You're going to regret this vindictiveness. No, Mother. I regret the years I spent trying to please you. I regret believing Rose could change. I regret trusting Renee. I opened the door. But this I'll never regret. After she left, Angela poured us both a glass of wine. You okay? I stared at the loan documents, feeling the weight of years of deception. No, but I will be. My phone rang. Rylan, my lawyer. Andrea, we need to meet. Now. An hour later, I sat in his office, listening as he laid out the extent of Renee's financial fraud. It's worse than we thought, Rylan said, spreading documents across his desk. He's been embezzling for years, using company funds for personal expenses, falsifying reports. And the loan he took out in my name? We can prove fraud. Your signature was forged. He leaned back. The company wants to press charges. They're asking for your cooperation. I thought about Renee's smug face every time he dismissed my concerns, about Rose's triumphant smile at my birthday dinner, about my mother's constant defense of their betrayal. What do you need from me? Everything. Emails, texts, financial records. Rylan smiled grimly. They want to make an example of him. Good. I pulled out a USB drive. Because I have everything. That night, alone in my apartment, I finally broke down. Not over losing Renee. That pain had dulled to nothing more than wounded pride. Not over Rose's betrayal. I'd always known she was capable of it. No. I cried for the years I'd wasted trying to be the perfect daughter, wife, sister. For the family I thought I had. For the life I'd built on lies. My phone lit up with a text from Angela. Turn on the news. There it was. Renee's company announcing an internal investigation into financial fraud. Rose's social media accounts going dark after a flood of negative comments. My mother's country club membership being reviewed due to recent events. The carefully constructed facade was crumbling, and beneath it lay the ugly truth. They had all chosen their roles in this drama. Now they had to face the consequences of their performance. The security alarm woke me at 3 a.m. I was already reaching for my phone when I heard glass breaking downstairs. Andrea! Renee's voice slurred and angry. I know you're here. I pressed the emergency button on my phone, the one Rylan had insisted I install after filing the restraining order. Then I called Angela. He's here, I whispered. Renee broke in. Police are on their way, she said. Don't engage. Stay in your room. But Renee was already stumbling up the stairs, his footsteps heavy and uneven. You ruined everything, he shouted. My job? My reputation? Your ability to steal money? I called back, grabbing the baseball bat I'd started keeping by my bed. Your chance to play happy families with my sister? He appeared in my doorway, disheveled and reeking of alcohol. You think you're so smart, he sneered. But you're just a cold, bitter woman who couldn't keep her husband happy. And you're just a pathetic thief who couldn't keep it in his pants. I held the bat ready. Get out before the police arrive. He lunged forward, but years of drunken behavior had slowed his reflexes. I dodged easily, bringing the bat down on his knee. He howled in pain, crumpling to the floor just as police sirens wailed outside. You broke the restraining order, I said calmly, watching him writhe. That's going to look great in court. The police burst in moments later, weapons drawn. Renee was still cursing as they cuffed him, reading him his rights over his drunken protests. You'll want to add breaking and entering to the charges, I told the officers, pointing to my security cameras. I have it all on video. The next morning, Angela arrived with coffee and news. Rose's influencer status is tanking. She's lost half her followers overnight. How tragic, I said, scrolling through the headlines. Maternity queen Rose Holland exposed in family scandal was trending. She's been trying to damage control, Angela continued, claiming it was all a misunderstanding, that you're mentally unstable. Is that why she's been hiding from Ricky's lawyers? I showed her an email from Rylan. They're filing a civil suit. Apparently lying about paternity for financial gain is frowned upon. My phone buzzed. A text from Mary. Rose just tried to get into the country club. They revoked her membership. She had a meltdown in the lobby. Your sister always did love an audience, Angela said. Speaking of audiences, I pulled up a local news website. Renee's arrest was front-page news, complete with his mugshot and details of the financial investigation. Have you heard from your mother? She's been calling non-stop. I showed her my blocked calls list. Probably wants me to drop the charges against Renee. Save the family name. Some family. I decided to end this chapter where it began, at the cafe where I'd first seen Rose meeting Ricky. She was already there when I arrived, looking smaller somehow, her designer clothes replaced with plain maternity wear. Come to gloat? She asked as I sat down. No, I came to give you this. I handed her a gift bag. She opened it cautiously, pulling out a pacifier wrapped in newspaper clippings about her scandal. Her face crumpled. Why are you doing this to me? Because you need to understand something, Rose. I leaned forward. This isn't about revenge anymore. It's about consequences. Every choice you made, every lie you told, led to this moment. I never meant, yes, you did. You meant to steal my husband. You meant to pass off another man's child as his. You meant to destroy my life. I stood up. But here's the thing about destruction, Rose. Sometimes it rebounds. I hate you, she whispered, tears streaming down her face. No, you hate yourself. And that's not my problem anymore. I dropped a manila envelope on the table. By the way, Ricky's lawyers asked me to give you this. They're seeking full custody once the baby's born. Her sob followed me out of the cafe, but I didn't look back. I didn't need to see her pain to know it was real. My phone buzzed one last time. A message from Rylan. Renee's pleading guilty to all charges. The company wants to settle. 7 figures. I smiled, thinking of the new life waiting for me. The freedom I'd fought for. The peace I'd finally found. Because sometimes the best revenge isn't just exposing the truth. It's watching karma do its work while you walk away clean. The moving truck pulled away from my new apartment, leaving me alone in a space that was finally, completely mine. Sunlight streamed through floor-to-ceiling windows, warming the hardwood floors. No traces of Renee. No echoes of Rose. Just peace. My phone buzzed. Angela arriving with housewarming wine. This place is gorgeous, she said, taking in the view of the city. How does it feel? Like freedom. I uncorked the bottle. Did you see the news? About Renee's sentencing? 8 years seems light considering what he stole. The money wasn't the point. I handed her a glass. It was the lies, the manipulation. The way he made me doubt myself for years. Speaking of manipulation, Angela pulled out her phone. Rose had her baby yesterday. I know. Ricky's lawyer called me. I smiled. DNA test was done immediately. He's filing for full custody, given her unstable behavior and history of fraud. Your mother must be thrilled. Wouldn't know. Haven't spoken to her since she tried to bribe me to drop the charges against Renee. I sat on my new couch, running my hand over the soft fabric. She chose her side. Now she can live with it. The doorbell rang. Mary, carrying a plant in a thick envelope. Thought you might want to see this, she said, handing me the envelope. Renee's sister sent it. She found these while cleaning out his office. Inside were photos. Me and Renee in happier times, family gatherings, holidays. At the bottom was a letter from Rose to Renee, dated 3 years ago. She's too focused on her career. Too cold. You deserve better. We deserve better. They were planning this for years, I said quietly. And now they have nothing, Mary replied. Renee's in prison. Rose lost her baby to Ricky. Your mother's house is being seized as part of the settlement. Karma's quite the architect, Angela mused. My phone lit up with a text from Rylan. Settlement check cleared. You're officially a very wealthy woman. What will you do with it? Mary asked. Already done. I showed them my laptop screen, a confirmation email for a major donation to a fertility support organization. They help women who've been manipulated or abused during fertility struggles. Taking something ugly and making it beautiful, Angela said softly. That's the thing about revenge, I replied. It's not about destroying others. It's about rebuilding yourself. The doorbell rang again. This time it was a delivery, a large package from the fertility clinic where I'd first discovered Renee's lies. Inside was a letter. Dear Ms. Jensen, we were moved by your story and your donation. We'd like to offer you our services, free of charge, whenever you're ready to start your own family, on your own terms. Are you going to? Angela asked. Maybe, but not because I need a baby to be complete. Not because society expects it. Only if and when I choose. I walked to the windows, watching the sunset paint the city gold. Behind me, Angela and Mary chatted about dinner plans, their voices warm and genuine. Real friendship, not the fake support my family had offered. My phone buzzed one last time. Rose calling from an unknown number. I declined the call and blocked it. You know what I learned from all this? I said, turning back to my friends. They expected me to collapse, to break down, to need their version of love so badly I'd forgive anything. But you didn't, Angela said. No. Instead, I built myself a balcony to watch them fall. I raised my glass. To karma. To karma, they echoed. Later that night, alone in my new home, I found one last photo at the bottom of the envelope. Me as a child, smiling fearlessly at the camera. Before Rose's manipulation, before Renee's lies, before my mother's conditional love. I pinned it to my mirror, a reminder not of what I'd lost, but of what I'd found. My strength, my worth, my voice. Because sometimes the best revenge isn't just watching your enemies fall. It's rising so far above them that they become nothing more than a cautionary tale in your success story. I took one last look at the city lights before closing my curtains. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities, new chapters. But tonight, in this space I'd carved out of their destruction, I was finally, completely at peace. Not because they'd lost everything, but because I'd found myself.